Hello, everybody, and welcome to this week's Cataclysm of Hyrule campaign. I'm the creator and GM of the campaign, Puck Finn. For those joining us, welcome back. Um, Before we get started tonight, we're going to go over our quick announcements. We're going to do some recap, introduce the party, and get down to it. We had a we had a very intense session for session 21 2 weeks ago. We had an amazing follow-up session last week during our chat session, talking about a lot of things, including the recap. Yeah, so we're starting off on a very good note. But for those joining us tonight, one of the things that I always like to talk about first is our Discord server. The link to our Discord server can be found on our link tree. The Discord server is where we can gather as a community kind of during the off sessions of the when we're not broadcasting. And it's really just a very nice and positive community, and I'm very happy that we have it. Other links on our link tree include, but are not limited to, the link to our YouTube channel, which is where all of our Cataclysm sessions get posted. We have 21 sessions up there now, making this session our 22nd episode. We have really just a bunch of awesome links. Quite honestly, I really like to, during our chat sessions, I'd like to go more in depth into those links. Show everyone the page, show them the YouTube channel. I think last week I took time to even bring up the Discord server and show everybody how to use the loot channel, specifically how to gain free coins every day, and what the loot channel of our Discord server entails. But yeah. So, you know what? Let's just get right down to it, because I'm super excited. So, all right. So this week, excuse me. This week, Gully is off enjoying his vacation, so he will not be joining us this episode. He is sorely missed, but I doubt he's off moping at his absence. So, Gully, you are missed, and we look forward to your return. But going from left to right, first this week we have Lido. How you doing, Lido?
Hello, everybody. Doing better than last week.
Yes, Lido's character suffered a very
Traumatic experience.
traumatic experience.
Yeah.
Yes. Um, Now that the session is done, I can say that Lido is the first of the characters to go through what is called the shift. Um, Tentative title. And what that essentially is all characters in Hyrule um, during the Cataclysm have had all timelines kind of converged into this one, and one of the side effects of that is every version of every character, be it a playable character, an NPC, whatever, uh, all resides within the host's body. So when we say that Leto shifted, what that essentially means is that one of his dormant Letos had temporarily taken hold and committed to a very intense action.
Constructive.
Yes, definitely worth checking out. Again, if you have time, definitely check out episode 21 to get more information on that. And Lito, pleasure to have you aboard. Deacon, how you doing, my friend?
Ohio, be very sleepy today. Um, but still very much looking forward to the session. I feel like there are many surprises in store today, and that is very exciting.
Good to hear. Good to hear it. Yeah, we left the session on a very open note, despite the
Mm-hmm.
the happenings of um would entail the bulk of the episode afterwards. We had this brief moment where um, Leto had found a what was revealed to be a part of a broken gravestone with a very what appeared to be vague text and promise inscribed on it before Leto once again departed into the sea. And I think that this is a great starting point because as of right now, he's the only person who has seen that tablet. Um, and I'm not sure if anyone else can read it, even if they find it.
Definitely not me. Haha.
All right, I just texted you back a second, and okay, all right, and always last but certainly not least, we have Effine. Effine, how you doing today?
Hey, uh, doing pretty good, barring some inconveniences from earlier in the day, but otherwise doing great. I'm really looking forward to this week.
Yes, in the past two sessions, Effine has had a a very like momentary things aside that happened towards the end. Just kind of in large part, Effine's time spent at the speech has well, how would you describe it?
The most
Everything outside of Leto's shift.
the most concise term is probably eye-opening in several different ways.
But yes, we learned about um, the wild. I'm not going to call it wild magic, but like the raw energy presence of the ocean, the stillness of the beach. We spent Marty spent some time kind of you know taking you under his wing, taking you fishing, showing kind of really just how peaceful, this secluded beach can be. Um, but yeah, that was definitely one of the lighter points of the last two episodes. But so where we pick up tonight, we pick up where Gully has Gully. Well, Gully's off doing something, but Leto has gone off into the ocean. And what are um oh, and I forgot to mention the glass sandcastle.
Yay!
Yes, Deacon and Gully created a spent some time making a nice sandcastle, and during the events of last session, through a lightning strike, it turned into a glass sandcastle.
It is
So
my new favorite thing, and I will cherish it until the end of time.
it is a positive side of the coin, we'll say.
Definitely.
So yeah, kind
It's
of.
also a very beautiful teleportation object.
Oh, of course. Absolutely, absolutely. Because as a actually as a point of reference to bring up, um, Leto's really the only person in the party who has a good idea where you are.
Hmm.
This is a very private and secluded beach, and not really known to many.
You could
But
kill us all and they'd never find us.
is that what we're
Wouldn't
starting
do
off with
that.
tonight?
I couldn't do that right now.
Is that
That's
really
true. That's true.
the
Right now, yeah.
the curtain's not even up, and this is where we're headed?
Fine, it's gonna be okay.
Well, all right. So question. Where are Deacon and Athene?
I'm probably still like behind the house, like visibly panting, I suppose. Like not as intense as before, but just like catching my breath from the situation.
Understood. And what about Athene, who, um, kind of, if I recall correctly, the last thing that you saw was um the altercation where Deacon was beating some sense into Leto and his largely unconscious body. Um, has Athene kind of like remained in that general area, or has she done anything or gone anywhere since then?
No, she's remained in that general area, still trying to work through emotionally what on earth is going on.
um,
Figure
Deacon will
things out.
oh sorry.
No, it's fine.
Um, Deacon does look sorry you had to see that. Not what me had planned for today.
It's alright. I don't think any of us planned for that.
Hmm, good point.
Okay.
Hmm. Wait, what was that?
You're right.
I'm okay. I'm just worried. I don't know how else to talk some sense into him if this doesn't work. I'm scared that it won't, and I don't have any ideas left. This was the last thing that I could think of. It was, at this point, the only thing I could think of. You know, fight it with, fight like with like, if that makes sense.
It does. I don't blame you at all for doing it.
Thanks. I just hope he understands on some level. I hope we can get him back. I miss the person he was very deeply. But I think, as the Cataclysm says, he's still in there, whether he likes it or not. And we just have to show him that this world can be a good place. That's what it must take from here. And I will do whatever I must to make that point clear.
Alright.
All right.
Any
So,
sorry.
I was like, quick question: did Deacon see Leto walk off into the sea?
I mean, I'd imagine he did at some point. Like, he had his eyes on Leto because, that was the kind of the focus here.
Mhm. Okay.
Hmm.
So, so,
It's
so,
kind of like why he's talking freely, because it's like if he just went into the house, then he could probably overhear us and so on and so forth. So,
okay, that makes sense. Um, all right. So, um, you know what, Leto, can you enlighten us a little bit more about what has happened to you?
After the events, kind of in a stupor because he doesn't remember what just happened. So he went in the house, saw the gravestone, read it, and just went to the only place that he could, think calmly without any other things but just the water around him. And just headed into this just enough that he's just underneath the waves. You can see like the top fin of his head. And he's just watching the water come and go, just trying to get an idea of what the next step is, why that's there, what it means, and why he hurts like anything. Physically, not mentally at the moment. He's kind of okay at the moment. Physically, he is in bad shape and doesn't understand why, but things like this happen to him, so he's fine with it. He'll live.
All right. So, um, kind of like, have you returned to like a similar depth of where you were last time, or just kind of like a little bit more shallow?
It's a lot more shallow. It's literally, let's say, like exactly 9 feet. He's literally just standing just enough where the water goes over his head.
Okay. So like as like the waves push out, is there like a little like Lido fin that just kind of like
Yes. You just see that little red, and then just water, and then red, and then water.
gotcha. All right. So, Deacon, give me a perception check.
Okie doke. Also, could you check Discord real quick?
Yeah. I sent out an initial message, and I'm gonna send you up a follow up in a sec.
Okay, no worries.
I sent out a tag to the Cataclysm chat to answer
Okay,
that question.
thanks. Let's see. My perception is 3.
Okay, so you probably like you saw him go in, but you don't notice like how deep
Mhm.
he's gone.
Definitely, definitely.
All right. Hmm. Honestly, like, what? I guess say, how much time do you uh, give Lido before you start to uh, raise concern again, recalling that what happened last time he went into the water?
Um, hmm. Honestly, I feel. Hmm, that's a good question. At this point, I feel like there's probably not a danger. Like just as like an educated guess.
Mhm.
I feel like if he is gonna do that again, it might not be so good for his current health, if you know what I'm saying. For how that worked out.
Understood.
However, the question is really whether or not we can like he's more thinking about whether or not he should give him the personal time, and to that extent, he's probably going to look to a fiend because he's kind of bad with this. I'm just gonna ask, um, you think we should try approaching him now? Do you think we should let him go for a bit, give him an hour or two to himself? I don't really know, Fiend. I mean, it's tough. I I don't know what he could be feeling right now.
Out of character, how late in the day is it?
I mean, we've been running the same day for at least 2 episodes. So it's definitely starting to get later in the day. Um, you know what? Just for like the sake of let's say like there's 4 hours comfortably remaining in the day.
Honestly, Deacon, I'd say let him sleep it off for the evening. See how he
Yeah.
is in the morning.
That sounds like a good idea, I think. Um, yeah. It's a good idea.
You should probably get some rest too.
This is true. Um, hmm. I uh I peeked inside. I think there's only one bed. I'll leave that to you. I'm gonna
That
go park my. Wait, what?
there's more than one bed.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. I forgot it's been a while. Hmm,
Do I?
I guess
Let
maybe
me
we
see
should
if
head
I
inside.
think I might have uploaded. No, I think I no, I haven't uploaded the map of the inside. Um,
And a
yeah.
description.
You know what? Yes. Lino, give a description of the inside. Um,
Hmm.
please.
No. When you go inside the actual house itself, there is the enormous carpet that we originally found Marty on, which is multicolored and looks ragged as anything because sea air does that to any kind of clothing. There's a small table with 4 chairs, basically their kitchen. The back left has a room that is Marty's. The back right has Lito's old room. And then on the right hand side, there is another room that has 2 beds inside for whenever people come and visit. Inside of both Marty's and Lito's rooms are basically little shallow ponds.
Mm, mm.
Ocean water, basically. It's where Lito's pet fish is.
Aw, that's precious.
Kill it.
Kill
Oh,
my fish.
I feel like if you kill his fish, he's like officially like that's the death flag for like the dark side.
It's burning down the house that's walking away with the smile like the little girl.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
It
Like
starts
my
with like the
god.
eye twitch, just like it just explodes.
Yeah, it's very homey. There's just, like nets on the wall that just have like knickknacks that they put throughout the years. If you go in either of the
Nice.
rooms, you'll see more about like Marty's room is kind of whatever he's done in the past. His room is there's a couple of there's a little desk. There's a picture book that he grew up with that Marty gave him that he kind of drew, and it's horrible looking, but it's precious to him.
Aw.
Not much else. They're very basic.
So, being that Deacon was in the hut once before, do you go like just right to the spare sleeping quarters, or do you kind of uh investigate a little bit?
I guess I'd investigate a little bit at this point. I do want to take a peek into Lito's room, just because like curiosity will have gotten the better of me at this point.
Okay. Uh, give me a better investigation check
Okay.
than your perception.
Investigation or perception? Okay.
No, because you're actively looking.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
23.
All right. So,
Wait, what the hell?
yeah. So you find the tablet. Um, I mean, you find like a couple of like odds and ends, things like that. You know, um,
Fuck.
you know what? Given that, given that investigation, give me a nature check.
Okay. Hang on. I think there's something busted about my character sheet. I just need like 1 second.
Okay.
I think I'm like on the wrong one or something. There's no way in hell that was supposed to be what that was. Uh, Investigation. Uh, okay,
Okay, I see what you're
sorry.
saying.
Okay, religion. Okay, yeah. So it's pinging as the wrong character, so let me just try this again. Yeah, that's not working.
Well, your intelligence modifier is rolling a +4.
Yeah, that's not supposed to be happening.
Yeah.
I don't really understand.
Let me pop over to the screen and see if I can take a peek. Um,
I used the wrong thing.
but I mean, in any case, like you know your modifier. Um,
That's true. It should have been a flat roll, so I got a 13.
okay. The 13 for the investigation.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's that is fair. Yeah, 13 would because it's a very large tablet. You know, like I said, it's a gravestone, really hard to miss. Um,
Gotcha.
so yeah, okay.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
But you cannot read it, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I still can't read.
Okay. So all right, now and then the nature is 17. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, the nature would be like a 6.
okay. All right, you notice you don't notice the other thing. Um, however, um, yeah, I would say pretty much throughout the house that's um the only thing that really kind of like sticks out. Um, and what about a fiend?
I'm gonna actually hang around outside and keep an eye on the tide and Marty. Make sure he doesn't have a concussion from all the punches he got.
Marty is pretty roughed up, but I think that he would try to make his way into the hut for the night. Um, yeah, I would say, especially like if you're there to kind of like physically help him.
Definitely.
Okay, yeah, yeah, he could definitely make his way into the hut. Um, Deacon, as you're kind of like perusing about, you hear the like clomping of of like Marty's feet as he like struggles to maintain his uh his stride even with Afine's assistance, and you just like straighten up real quick as if like you weren't doing anything.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, nothing happened at all.
But
Um,
Marty's too oblivious to even try to contest that at this point.
nice. Excellent.
Yeah,
God.
he, he's ready for that magical log rest that cures everything.
Valid. Aren't we all?
Yeah.
All right, so you help him out into the um into his bed, and he just kind of like um I would say Affine, give me a perception check.
Okay, not bad.
Not bad at all. And okay, so you start to notice, like, as you're leaving the room, um, and Marty's kind of in his sleeping situation, um, and he's kind of like facing towards the wall at this point. Um, you hear ever so quietly that he's just sobbing, like trying to hold it in. You know, maybe not indefinitely, but not trying to let it out with anyone in such close proximity to him. But yeah, Marty is you know, resting will help his physical wounds, but he's suffering a whole another kind of hurt right now.
Are there any blankets laying around his home?
But yeah, I mean, I would say there's prob mostly like the equivalent of like hemp throw blankets, um, that can be used as a blanket, or you know, kind of like sprawled out on the floor as a decorative thing, like very universal, durable fabric. Not entirely comfortable, but um, hand woven and cherished nonetheless.
Okay, I think he's going to look around for one of the softer ones before laying it across him, just patting his shoulders softly before heading off,
He kind of like
gently trying to show him he's not alone here.
he gives, he gives a hard sniff, and as you're patting him, he just takes his hand and kind of puts it on his shoulder where you're patting, and he says, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to see me like this. It's I just was not prepared, and for today there's you know a lot a lot that I don't understand, and a lot that I don't think I could help."
It's alright. I don't think anyone could have prepared you for today. I'm sorry this happened.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a sign that it's time to make a new adventure. I have outlived my usefulness, it seems, and it's perhaps time that I find a way that I can be of use to someone, somewhere, or maybe just see what's out there.
Dedicate yourself to serving someone else. Do you take a while to look after yourself? Recover, please.
Is where if you were me, where would you go first?
Uh, I believe Leda said something about you needing to apologize to someone. That's normally a good place to start before you wipe the slate clean.
I mean, I suppose I have put it off for long enough.
Whatever it is, it sounds like you have.
Says I'm not sure where the or what the immediate future holds, but if by chance I'm not here by the time everyone wakes up, this is now just as much yours as it is mine, and please feel free to make this beach your home, especially you, Ifine. This I know that look in the water. I saw your face, and it's not something that you should never have be a part of you. This beach and this sea is a special area, and it is not mine to hoard. So yeah, um, it, yeah. If you
Oh,
ever need to be here, and that goes for everyone, um, just know that it's open, and it's not mine. It's everyone's.
I'll be sure to let them know in the morning.
Yes, and I I try to live my life by, or I've tried to live my life by the saying of um, leave a place better than you found it, and I have spent so much time tending to this area with that thought in mind, and I'm not sure that I can make good on it after today.
I'm sure we. No, wait, that was going to come out extremely wrong.
What was that?
I was going to say something, but I just realised it was going to come out extremely wrong, so let's say instead, I believe you have done a lot of good with this place. And I'm sure it would thank you if it could. But I agree it might be time for you to look for another place. Even though I'm sure coming back here.
Agreed.
Oh, fudge. My words are gone this evening.
What was that?
My words have just gone this evening. I'm sure no matter how long you spent here, it would you would leave this place in a fantastic way. But I believe it may be better for you to let go of some of the memories you have here.
Make new ones. Replace the bad ones.
Exactly.
You know, I agree. And he kind of like um, reaches into a small kind of cubby area and hands you a pair of vials. He says, "Listen, I can't imagine how you could, you and Deacon could sleep after everything that's happened today. So please, this is a special something that I make myself to help me sleep in times such as this, and I want to make sure that you and Deacon get a good night's rest as well."
Thank you. That's Very kind of you. I'm sure we'll both need it.
And like the whole time he's been talking, he's been talking still with like his back to you, kind of like avoiding um, eye contact because he's just you know emotionally a mess. And and at this point he turns to you and you can see the puffiness around his face and his eyes, his nose area, a little extra red in the gills, I suppose. And he says, Effie, it has been a pleasure getting to know you all, and I know that you've taken such good care of Leto since he left this beach. But I want to give an extra special thanks to you for the time that I've spent getting to know you and seeing just how you bring a certain light and happiness to those around you. I understand that those who try to bring the brightest light to those around them often have the the darkest demons to battle. So whatever you find yourself facing as you move forward, understand that everyone here is with you and you don't have to go through it alone.
If he looks slightly taken aback before passing his shoulder again, I think you definitely need to rest.
Yes, I am very tired.
She's going to slip one of the vials back into his hand before standing up and heading over to the room Deacon was in.
Give me sleight of hand.
Yep. Much.
So you try it, like I imagine he's at this point he's very like curled up in himself, and you try to like plop it like into his finger, and he does kind of like resist and try to be like, no, it's for you, but he does not have the energy left to resist anything at this point. Um, so my question to you is, do you kind of like further push it on him as you like put him down to rest, or do you accept it back as he kind of lulls away to sleep?
I'm going to further push it into his hand. Just, you take this.
Shh, 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 shh. No.
Can't go to sleep.
Oh,
All right. So you put him down to rest for the night, and you is there anything you want to do before vacating the room?
No, I'm just going to head in to see Deacon.
All right. So, Deacon, you are, I would imagine at this point, pretty settled in for the night as you see a fiend walk in into the room.
Yeah, he'd be just kind of like sitting on the bed, trying not to eavesdrop. I know it's a small place, but he was trying to kind of occupy himself to like so he didn't wasn't just blatantly listening to what they were saying. Um, and yeah, he looks at Athene as she enters and gives like a raises his hand in like a faint greeting and says, um, hey, how it go?
Alright, Oakley. Here, this is for you. She hands
Oh,
over the vial. Marty said it should help you sleep.
oh, thanks. Did he say what it was?
Something he made?
Hmm,
My money's on it being herbal, but
makes sense. Um, I guess just out of curiosity, I'm gonna just use a spell to cast Identify on it for a minute.
Okay. That's ritual casting?
No, just a minute. I'm spending a spell slot.
Oh, okay. All right. Um, so it is what Marty says it is. It is a homebrewed sleep potion, no sleep aid. I'll refrain from calling it a potion. Um, in terms of ingredients, you kind of recognize that there's not a whole lot of foliage around here. Um,
Hmm.
but you are able to decipher that some of the active ingredient, which by no means is to a dangerous level of potency, is a type of um, I guess you could consider it to be like a kind of like pufferfish venom. Um,
Ooh, cool.
so when ingested, it will put you into a non-dangerous, very deep sleep.
Gotcha. Okay. Whoa. All right. It's good to know.
Oh, and it also removes one extra point of exhaustion when taken. When taken.
Nice. Um, I might hold on to this. Um, I yeah, I might hold on to this. I'm gonna put it in my bag for now. I explained, to be honest, after the magic I had to use, I don't think I'll have any trouble getting to sleep, unless you'd like an extra one to carry around. I I kind of if nothing else, I think I deserve to listen to my regrets for a night, and it wouldn't behoove me to really drink this right now. But I'll have to give him my thanks, and I thank you as well.
no worries. Just sleep easy.
As a side note of feed, but when you heard him like grabbing the two vials, you heard a fair amount of clanking, um, letting you know that there's at the very least a small supply. Like, but by
Nice.
no means was it like the
Stockpile.
last two vials.
Even still, I might have to learn the recipes to those, because they sound extremely useful.
Mhm.
All right. So, anything else before Athena and Deacon bed down for the night?
Nothing I can think of.
Okay. Um, for the sake of it, we'll say that Gully also beds down for the night. Um,
Mm,
but he's very very tired from building sandcastles. You
mm.
know,
Fair.
it
It's busy work.
yeah, it's been a day for everybody.
Mm, mm.
Um, all right, so Lido, you are um, let's say like we dial it back to there's about 3 hours from the point that we're addressing now, where you would need to rest for the night. Is there anything you want to do? Is there anywhere you want to go? Um, is there, well, what would you like to do?
So standing under the waves, he would just, kind of let his mind drift a little bit, not realizing how long he's been under there. Um, so probably like an hour, maybe an hour and a half he's been under there. And seeing that he's not making any progress himself, he's just going to take in his home. Do a nice little circle, just looking at everything, noticing the sandcastle is now made of glass, not understanding why that is. Um, just kind of looking around, kind of going. I have so many questions I have to ask Marty tomorrow. It's getting late, and being sure he's an early bird. So probably when the sun goes down, probably when everybody else is gone in, Lito will come just walking in, trying to make as little noise as possible because, he doesn't want to be rude. His room. Just kind of take it in again. And remember he needs to do something. And then goes back out, finds where they were cooking.
Mhm.
It's a little piece of charcoal. And grabs whatever he can find that he can write on. He's got thoughts in his mind and he needs to write them down so that way he doesn't forget.
Okay.
And basically writes questions that he's going to ask Marty tomorrow because feels like crap at the moment. He would stop outside of Marty's door, just like, I'm going to get answers tomorrow. Just looking at it, and then going and crawling into bed, under the water, with his fish blurp, and just kind of falling asleep.
All right. Um, after everybody falls asleep, give me perception at disadvantage.
Everybody or me?
Everybody.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm very good at what I can do.
Okay. So, Athena and Deacon and Gully are out for the night. Um, but, um, somewhere close to midnight. It's not quite a full moon out, but you can see a little bit of just that radiant light coming from the moon. And the first thing you hear as you're laying, as you're resting, is you're woken up by the sound of the the beaded curtain of Marty's room kind of shuffling as if somebody were walking through it. And then you hear footsteps coming away from Marty's room. Footsteps that are um, intentionally trying to be quiet. I would say it's even like that, like tiptoe kind of like. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Kind of drift out of the water, just kind of poke my head out to see to make sure that, everything that's happening, somebody just come and like kill Marty and is now sneaking away. That would be terrible.
Well, so what you see is you see Marty, um, with kind of like a um, one of those like hobo sticks with a bag tied to it. And
Bindle.
what's it
I think
called?
that's a bindle.
A
I think
bindle.
that's a
Thank you.
bindle.
Marty's carrying a bindle and he's trying to like sneak out of the hut undetected. He does not notice that he has been spotted.
I think I would kind of just watch because I don't know exactly what he's doing.
Okay. So, um, he makes his way out of the room into like the main living area, and he just kind of he starts to walk towards the front door, and as he gets to the door frame, he stops, and he kind of like turns so he gets like a view of the entirety of the hut, and he takes a deep breath and lets it out as a sigh. And in muttering to himself, he says, "Uh, there's no time like the present to try to make things right again." And he kind of like pats the door frame. Yes, I've had a lot of good memories, old girl. I'll miss you, but it's time to go. He turns, facing the ocean, the sea. He starts to walk towards it. He comes right to kind of the edge of it, just so the water is just barely washing over his feet. He sets his bindle down and he sits for just a moment, seeing that the the light from the moon glistening off the waves, and some as the waves crash, he can see the bioluminescent algae that really gives it that extra special mystical appearance. And in watching him, you get the feeling that he doesn't want to go, but that he's going to.
Will go back into his room,
Hmm.
pick up the paper that he's been writing on, and start walking outside.
Okay. Um, just for shits and giggles, give me a stealth check.
See how bad this is. 6.
6. Okay. So, um, as you're walking out towards him, you end up um, kind of like knocking um, a piece of driftwood with your foot. And at this point, he's kind of like shifting his weight to get up. And when he hears you knock the driftwood, he turns a bit surprised because he was sure that he was very sneaky and that he didn't disturb anyone. And he sees you and he says, "Well, it was not my intention to leave without saying goodbye, but there's just nothing here for me anymore."
Now, I've been angry for a while now. At you specifically. But I'm back here and kind of feel a little better. Is for you. But you have your reasons for leaving. And I accept that. And I will reach out and give him the piece of paper. But the next time we meet, you need to have answers to those questions. Because even though he was like biting his lip at this point in time because it's just that last little thing. Even though you're not my dad, you're still my father. Around and start walking back inside.
You can hear him. After a brief pause, you can hear the folding of the parchment as he, after reading it, kind of puts it into his bindle for safekeeping. And as you walk away, is there a part of you that's kind of hoping or anticipating that he'll say something as you walk away?
He was just basically thinking to himself, I hope he'll be safe. That's it. Not thinking about anything else. I just hope he'll be safe.
Okay. So as you walk away, you can still hear the waves kind of splashing up and washing over his feet, and you can feel him watching you walk away. And then after you go back into the hut, you hear the familiar sound of him jumping into the sea, and you can hear him kind of like as he gets into the deep, he's kind of like arching in and out of the water. And in about a minute's time, it gets quieter until it subsides completely. And you know that he's gone.
Ito would just go into his room and just go to sleep. Nothing else for him to think about right now.
All right. So everyone completely beds down for the night. Everyone gets a full, restful, uneventful sleep. And you are woken up in the morning by the sound of what would probably most closely equate to seagulls kind of flying around over the water. And you know what? Everyone give me d20s to see how we wake up. Lido is first. So, Lido, what happens? Like, what do you do as you were the first to awaken, knowing, being the only person aware of the events of the night before?
Go fishing. Get breakfast, because it's okay. And everybody's going to wake up hungry, and he can explain after that. But food's always good to start off with.
All right. And so, Afine, you are next to wake up, and you, as you awaken, first thing you see is Deacon, and he's like just knocked out, snoring, like little snoring snot bubble, coming out of his nose. Like he is just down for the count, and um, if you were to attempt to wake him up, it would probably be not that easy. Um, but he is you know what? I will say the first thing that you notice is that Gully's not there. Um, you don't find it to be all that strange. Um, you know, he really could be anywhere, but he hasn't really kind of like given you any type of cause for alarm, as if he were to like run off and do something crazy. Um, but yeah, being the first one to awaken, or being the first to awaken before Deacon, what would you like to do?
Uh, try and get up quietly before heading outside to stretch a little and taking the sea breeze.
Okay, so you make your way through the quiet house, and you kind of how close to the water do you get? Are you like, I guess I should say, are you like still in the like entranceway to the hut, or do you get fairly close to the water?
I head about halfway between the hut and the shoreline.
Okay. Give me perception to see if you spot Lido fishing. Seven, you do not, but you still take in this just this crisp morning air. The sense of general peacefulness has kind of returned to the area. Is there anything else you'd like to do before Deacon awakens?
I'm going to assume that most things are right in the world currently. So I'm just going to find myself a nice spot to settle and yeah, let's go with just doing some random embroidery on my blanket.
Sounds good. And just taking in and enjoying the moment.
Exactly.
Sounds wonderful. And last to awaken, we have Deacon, who wakes up in this like groggy state.
This is
Physic
technically.
uh
Oh, sorry.
Physically
Oh,
feeling rested, but still, um, I would say mentally taxed a little bit.
there's a certain level of like. Since he usually rides Chimkin everywhere, this is technically the most exercise he's gotten in like, with the, violence. This is the most exercise he's gotten in probably a couple of weeks. So, anyway, but yeah, no, he's probably going to like, head down like, I don't know. I almost picture it like some kind of like mental hangover. Um, but he's gonna try and snap out of it by the time he like actually clambers out of the room. He's going to he's probably gonna go like sit by where the well, he'll probably walk out of the house at some point and then just kind of like wave to a fiend. Could I see Lido as like anywhere as I walk out of the house, or is he like deep in the ocean?
How? Okay, so um, are you going to look from like the doorway of the house, or where a fiend is, or are you going to go further to the sea?
Um, Honestly, I am worried about where he might have gone, so I'm gonna go like up to the edge of the sea and see if I can like peek him out anywhere.
Okay. Looking specifically for Lido, give me investigation at advantage.
Okay, thank you. Let me find that. Okay, 13.
13. You don't see Lido, but you notice that there is a um, collective of seagulls that are kind of like gathering in a very clustered area.
Hmm.
Um, and you could make the assumption, but maybe not necessarily come to the conclusion that
Mhm.
there's something in that area kind of like up gathering up fish that are catching the seagull's attention.
Makes sense. That does sound like something Lido would do. And He doesn't really want to bug a fiend at this point, so at that point he would probably honestly he'd go inspect like what these plants are, like the local like plants that have been growing to an extent.
The
If they're not just for show, like
the
the blue
farming
ones
plot to the
maybe.
south.
Yeah, or even to the north,
Or
like what
okay.
these blue ones are.
They're seashells.
Oh, sorry. Then yeah, the farming plot to the south.
These plants are really interesting. Oh,
I mean, yeah. Honestly, it's happened to me before, where I was like, "Ooh, that's a really pretty seashell," and I came within an inch of picking up a beached man-o-war jellyfish.
oh my god.
Oh,
Like, literally, it's like I reached out for it, and there was just the tiniest sting in my hand that was like, "Don't do that. Don't do that." And I pulled it away, and yeah, I assumed that somehow from the ground it stung me, but in reality, I'm pretty sure that was just like an act of God.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, completely in character. You
Yeah.
you investigate the seashells and realize that they're seashells. Um,
Oh.
and then what about the Southern Garden, Lido?
Southern garden is just generic like herbs, stuff that we found and decided to start growing. There's like it's probably like thyme and basil and oregano, just again, and then you might find peppermint in there. It's
Cool.
literally anything we got as trade. We just decided to plant and see what we could grow, and
Nice.
there's probably mutations in there, but I wouldn't know. It's been a while.
Awesome. That's really cool. Okay. Um, if this wasn't already basically a druid grove, I'd do the plant grove thing, but I feel like that's been covered many times.
Would you like to give me a nature check to
Yeah,
get more information?
that would be cool.
Absolutely.
12.
12. You recognize the herbs and the
Hmm.
plants, but you also recognize that like a lot of stems do seem to be a little bit more sturdy. And if you give like a small tug the on the plants themselves, you get the impression that the roots go a little bit deeper, probably beyond the sand. Um,
Cool.
so this is, given everything that you have known, this is probably some type of druid craft slash mutation that Marty
Mhm.
did to make this flourish in this type of environment.
No wonder Leto's such a plant genius. He kind of like, um, he looks and just kind of like inspects them without like touching them further, just kind of like in awe. The one thing he didn't expect to see out here was like any plants that weren't seaweed. Um,
Surprise. I cut myself there because I feel like I've cursed too much in these past two episodes.
fair.
So,
I have definitely cursed too much for these last two episodes, but that's business as usual.
so eventually, Athena and Deacon, you see Leto kind of like coming out with his with a breakfast haul. Um, after having um at least one meal here, you kind of like recognize the gist of what he has caught. And um, does anybody get the fire going? Who gets the fire going? Um,
Hmm.
who can get the fire going through through magical
Oh,
cantripping means?
well, I could. Do we have like a fire already created?
Yeah, I would say there's like there's a pre-existing fire pit. That
Okay.
yeah, like you saw it when you first came in, and then you guys had it when you had the whole big meal with Marty, and yeah, so that's
Alright.
just like a standing fire pit. Um,
Okay. Since we got in a long rest, I'm gonna cast Firebolt on the fire pit.
all right, so fire is roaring. Leto is preparing, and Afine is relaxing. Eventually, you all kind of come together, and well, there's a number of points of discussion. It is what would the party like to talk about? Perhaps um, where to go from here? Um, what happened the day prior? Like
Mm.
there's a lot out, just kind of like hanging in the open. So
Mhm.
where would this conversation gravitate to?
So,
Hmm.
like the sandcastle, made of glass, kind of awesome now. Not sure how
Yes,
you
we
did it,
appreciate that.
but it's
Couldn't have done
amazing.
it without you. It's teamwork between an entire party, me'd like to say. He holds it up and he points to like one part where it's like the symbol of like a Deku is like on one of the front like turrets, like the corner pits, and then there's like the symbol of like Gully's flaming sword on the other one, and then and with some spicy lightning, it has come to just burn that into it. I would like to imagine. Yeah, he says couldn't have done it without help from everyone. It was very nice. You will treasure it always. Honestly, this is a really nice place you have here, Lito. I saw some of the plant work that you must have done, especially when you were younger. Very interesting work. Not something I ever could have seen myself. No wonder you're such a genius with plants and stuff. Really grew up on that stuff, huh?
18 years of like either surfing, catching fish, reading about animals, or growing plants. Gotta get like good at something.
I mean, true, but I don't know. I've never seen something grow in sand before. Then again, only sand we have is just kind of like you know, like that time we were in Lake Hylia and there was just no grass there, and that might have been Kaiman doing that. So I don't know, but yeah, no, I don't know. Still, I feel like it's interesting. Um, how you how you feeling, Lito? I know yesterday was probably kind of physically taxing. Do you need any extra healing or anything? Any extra pick me ups?
I think I'm good.
Uh,
I was really hurt yesterday. Not sure why, but
uh,
So, an idea.
mm-hmm.
I know I've been putting it off.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should go to Lake Hylia.
Okay. I feel like that a good idea myself, to be honest. I feel like that's gonna be an interesting way where we can just kind of figure out some of what's going on. Um, hmm. I look between Leto and Afine, and I say, so just out of curiosity, I feel like once we go there, it's going to shed some light on the dungeons, the temples. Did you guys want to check out a particular one first once we get there? Like, were you guys itching to go to the water temple maybe, or are you still maybe thinking of a different one, or like what do you guys have in mind? Just afterwards, if you don't mind if I ask.
Look
I
at a fiend.
I don't really have a preference, but I would like to wait for Gully's return before we head to Lake Hylia. It just seems right.
Okay. Um, fair enough. Okay. Do you guys have anything you might want to do in the meantime then? If not, we could always go see the Rito. Sorry, I mean that's just a thought.
Well, So, you guys might not know this, but for some reason there's a grave in my room.
Oh, not sure
There's a
about
what?
that.
There is this grave. It says some stuff. I wasn't sure exactly what it means,
It's got
but
my name on
maybe
it.
name on it.
Yeah, it's got your name on it. It mentions you in the
Oh,
passage.
it doesn't tell me who it's from. That's what I mean. And it kind of talks about me a little bit, but it's also kind of broken. But yeah, with magic and other things, maybe we can figure out some more about it.
Hmm. Okay. That works. If nothing else, if we could get a small chunk of it, I could try to teleport it if it's new, if it came from somewhere else.
Well, also, Fiend, you probably were in Zora's domain longer than I was, so you might know where the graves actually are.
I
Oh,
have
true.
been there a total of 2 months in my adult life.
Ah,
I think it might be best if we ask for directions there.
Well, I've only been there about 4,
Yeah, for
and
once, that's twice as long as me. Well done.
half of that was during a time wimey thing. So in
hmm.
theory, I only was there like 3 days.
Hmm.
That's the idea. We could do that. Um,
Okay.
always go back to Castletown because there's always questions that we can ask Zelda now that we have some more information.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, we could ask her about the whole you know, uh, the whole shifty business. Hmm.
Also, now that a temple has been, kind of fixed, question mark,
Oh, true.
maybe she's got some, like, idea of, like, oh, now the shift of power is towards you guys more than towards the bad
Hmm.
guys.
Hmm. I feel like this is just a hunch. I feel like she's just gonna tell us to go to Lake Hylia.
True.
Or to keep working on the other temples.
Hmm.
Well, here's the other thing. I've only been to Lake Hylia once. And that was kind of a bad experience. And I
I
don't know a
feel
tree
you.
there.
Oh, to be honest with you, I actually don't have any place to teleport there either.
Well,
So,
then,
wait, actually, I kind of no, that wouldn't work. I was
then
gonna
I
say I
have
forgot where
another
to live.
idea.
Ooh, what's that?
We could go to Lon Lon.
Ooh, that would be
'Cause
fun. I
I
like
do
that
have a
place.
tree there that I know.
Okay, that would be fun.
And
Oh,
maybe the Folly will be there.
that would be neat. Yeah, I mean, I could also, if you were, I honestly, Jafali is a fun guy, but if you were just looking to get to Reno Village, I have, this flute came from the alchemist's house, and I feel like he was amicable enough that he won't arrest us if we pop into his house, as long as we have sufficient explanation. Maybe. Maybe.
What does this flute look like?
It looks like a
Chance.
dagger, but it's a flute. It's the Minish flute. It
I didn't
um
know that was a Minish flute.
yeah. Can I take out the dagger? Could you maybe show it on the compendium?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Still call it a dagger. My God.
No, I've seen that before.
Oh, nice. Where'd you see it?
Okay.
Well, one of my old compatriots had it, played it in Lon Lon, and then the sound came from Castletown, and then we never did anything with it.
That's a shame. Yeah, I kind of love this thing to be honest. It is both aesthetic and also it is I don't know. It's just very cute. Also, I really like the Minish. They're very polite.
Still need to move them to
Oh,
growth.
true. That would be nice.
Well,
I
other option. Go back to Castletown, ask the questions, let them minish, and just take some time and go to the orchard walking. That way,
Mm-mm.
burn
Ooh,
off some like fur, and then do whatever.
that's a good idea. I think I like that idea.
I did have an idea involving the chasm, and it wouldn't even require us going back there.
Okay. What did you have in mind?
You know that spell you put into the spell slot ring for me last time we spoke about it?
Oh, yeah, the ascending one?
That's the one. I believe part of the terms of that spell is you have to be familiar with the creature in order to speak with it.
Yeah. Um, yeah, usually though that does yeah, it should work if you've just seen him before.
I was thinking exactly as since I've seen the creature
Mhm.
down there, it might work.
Uh, Honestly, I think that's a really good idea. Maybe you should Deacon takes off the ring. He says, "Well, we've got an hour to kill. Here, maybe you should here, just attune to this." And I cast sending into the ring.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Uh, did you guys here, let me mark that off. But yeah. Um, while you attune to that, did you guys want to get a head start on heading anywhere? Um, like maybe just head to Hyrule Castle Town and we'll walk around a little bit and we'll do the sending once we finish up first hour's commute.
Good with that.
Does that sound okay to you, Athene? Or do you want to just okay,
That sounds good to me.
nice. All right.
All right. So Hyrule Castletown.
Before we do that,
Mhm.
just give me like 10, 15 minutes, real quick.
Okay.
All the
So I'm
time
gonna
you
go.
need.
Yeah, shouldn't be that long.
Okay.
So I go in.
Mhm.
I go to the tablet. Uh, I try and chip off a little piece, so that way I can give to Dekun. I
Um,
do, if I can. I have something that I can just kind of have carpenter's tools, not stone tools, but where I have the dagger.
I mean, given that you're expending a fair amount of time on it, yeah, I would say that you are able to chip off a little piece of it, and you notice like when you kind of like get that final like, and it like the little piece chips off. There's a small blue arc of energy that happens as the stone piece breaks off.
Mm.
Interesting. Attacking that. So next, I'm going to do the two things that I came up with. I'm going to first get some water from my little pond and splash it on the tablet and see if anything happens.
Nothing happens. The tablet gets wet.
Okay. Second, I'm going to look at the back of it.
Okay,
'Cause you never know.
fair, fair. The back is smooth. There is no inscription on the back.
Okay. Going back to Castletown.
All right, so
Wait, wait, wait.
ready for
I'm not done yet.
Oh,
Got
okay.
2 more things I have to do.
Okay.
First, I'm gonna go raid Marty's room.
All right. What are you looking for in the raid?
Anything usable. Maybe he has another book of animals that I can get ideas for. He's probably got herbalism stuff. I've seen the sleeping potion before.
Hmm.
He's got any more of that. Any other, just things that kind of catch my eye.
Okay. You find 4 more of those sleeping vials. Um, put them. Whoever has them in your inventory, just list them as Marty's sleeping vials. Marty's sleeping vial. Um, and you find a book on um, identifying plants, and you find a very kind of like ratty, worn out, um, like the cover is just like worn and singed, and you recognize this book. This is a book that um, you and Marty spent no small amount of time with. It is essentially a child's book um, to alchemy. So in there, you will find, um, well, in the first book, it will give you advantage on identifying plants. Um, the the latter book, you're able to, let's see, um, learn how to make basic red health potions. Um, and you know what? I'll get you, okay. Um, a a anti venom potion, a potion on an energy potion that will counteract um, that has a 50% chance to counteract paralysis. And let's see, one more. Ah, a potion that will cause 12 hours of sleep, called a sleep potion. And you, in looking at this potion recipe, um, you're able to decipher that not only is this like, yeah, it's an introductory children's book to alchemy, but the base of this last potion is what Marty used as the base configuration for his sleeping vials.
Last thing I need to do
Yeah,
is I know we probably have a bucket somewhere.
yeah.
I'm going to get a bucket. I'm going to go to my nice little bedroom and I'm going to put my fish in the bucket because I'm taking him with me.
Yay! Oh, I love it.
Okay, fair enough. You grab Blurb in a bucket. Um, and you take him with you. Um, do you do anything to keep him a little bit more secure than a, like keeping him sloshing around in a bucket? Anything?
I grab a plate and put it over the bucket.
Okay, it's something. It's something.
Yes.
Listen, I don't want nothing to happen to this fish. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. And that was the last thing you said?
That's the last thing I need to do.
All right. So the party kind of sees you like traipsing out of the hut with like all of this stuff. You have like the vials in your hand and a bucket under your elbow, and you got some books tucked up in your armpit.
Well, they would actually all be in the bag of holding, so they wouldn't see any of that. Just the
Oh,
bucket.
fine. You put the fish in the bag of holding?
Oh, everything else but the fish. Not that crazy.
Just checking. All right, everything but the fish goes
Mhm.
in the bag of holding. All right.
Huh.
So, ready for travel?
Not sure. I'm good to go.
Good
All
here.
right. So, away to who's teleporting? Deacon?
Sure, I can teleport us. I can take out a stone from the Hyrule Castle Town Square. Or actually, um, hey Lito, do you have anything you've taken from Cedos?
No. Yes.
Like recently?
Yes. At least have something on me from my own business.
Just making sure. Can I touch that for a second? I'd rather teleport us inside. I may have done something that I don't want them to know that we can teleport on the first thing on their mind.
Oh, here's the
Why?
big question.
It was
Mhm.
funny.
The big question is, do you want to be in the main lobby? Do you want to be upstairs or do you want to be downstairs?
Uh, Honestly, anywhere is fine. Whatever is most convenient for you.
Let's go upstairs, not to scare the crap out of anybody.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you,
So
Ludo.
I have a nice little thread that I have one of the sheets up there. I'll give you.
Thank you. Here. I'm gonna add this to my inventory. And then I will use it to teleport us into the upstairs of Cedos.
Okay, it worked. I'm still learning like the page switching interface that they updated. All right. So, there we go. Okay. So we are in Hyrule Castle. So you find yourselves at Cedos in Hyrule Castle Town.
Nice.
Upstairs.
Excellent. Excellent. Um. Hmm. But, but
Be
yeah,
right back.
Okay.
Go walking down the stairs real quick with the bucket.
Oh, fair, fair.
Good.
Okay.
Say hello to Cleo. Hi, Cleo. I have a friend I brought. And go over to the pond and just empty him in.
Oh, excellent.
All right. So your fish is now in your sleeping pond. Safe.
Excellent.
All right.
Otherwise, he might die because nobody's gonna be there anymore.
That's right.
This
That's
is
right.
true.
That was a good point to think about.
Mhm.
Um,
Out of curiosity, what type of water is in the pond and seeded shop?
Well, I can kind of change it a little bit every once in a while, so I can easily make it salt water.
Yes,
That's kind of normally, it
sorry,
feels like home a little bit.
I was just really worried then that you dumped a saltwater fish into your freshwater pond.
Oh, no. I'm not that dumb.
Sorry, I'm just being sure. I do trust you, I just was worried for the little thing.
Lito's pools are considered brackish. He can adjust them.
There's a little bit of plant life in there, so yeah,
Yeah.
oxygenates it and whatnot like that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you, I just wanted to be sure.
Fiend, don't worry. I know about fish. Being a fish, kind of, it overlaps. So, Cleo, nice seeing you. I'll be right back because I have some things I need to talk to you about. I go back upstairs.
Okay.
I wave at you as you come back up. Thanks again, Lito.
Thanks.
Um,
So,
what did you want to talk to people about while we're here?
well, I have some ideas for Cleo. Spruce up the place, get a little bit more done.
Gotcha.
And then, of course, always go, visit Zelda, check on the orchard.
Sounds good.
Anything changed since we were gone? Like things that Lito doesn't know about, like fart clouds.
Sorry, I know I'm the only one who thinks that's funny.
I don't know
think it's
about it,
funny
so
too. As a character, I think it's funny too.
yeah, I think it's
thank
hilarious.
you.
It's just
Thank you.
I don't know about it, so
Fair.
see.
Stick it to the man. God.
So, if you want to come downstairs, say hello to everybody. I need to talk to Cleo real quick, and then we can go on to the next step.
Okay. Sounds good. I would also, on some level, like to check on Ken and his son. What was his son?
I know what it used to be.
Yeah, me
Yeah, I
too.
remember what it used to be.
I could have sworn it was like, I think it was like Ben or Benjamin or something.
Let me see if I have it. Characters. Where's my character thing?
X-Men June.
Yeah, we'll go with Ben. I don't have a character sheet for him.
Fair. I definitely wanted it to be something that kind of honored Ken a little bit more, you know?
Ken and Ben.
Exactly.
All right. So yes.
Downstairs. Yeah, a word.
Okay.
So, how old are you again?
I'm in my early 20s.
Okay. Schooling? It bad?
I haven't quite really figured out what to do in school. Just kind of working, enjoying things right now.
Okay. Well, if you ever come up with an idea, let me know. Cetos will have a tuition fund that, if we better you, then you can better us. So,
Yeah,
you need to go to school.
I know.
No, trust me, I'm not that smart. That's why I need smarter people around me. That's why Isaac's back there doing his thing, and I can't tell you what the hell he's doing. And then you come in and you run the shop, and maybe you would have more ideas if you have a little bit more knowledge.
Well, like, I mean, what do you think I could do that could help the shop?
Well, so we have an alchemist. You can be a florist or an actual herbalist, like I am. A little bit more knowledge of exactly what can help with what ailment instead of just, whatever Isaac makes.
I mean, there are some pretty flowers.
Mhm. They all have different meanings.
What do you mean?
Different flowers mean different things. Like, white roses are for like friendship, red roses are love, and so on and so forth. Things that you learn either by practice or by going to school, I guess.
That sounds like a poetry thing. So maybe I could be like a language major.
Sure.
Hmm.
I could learn, I could get my degree in literature.
Now, go with this. What if you get your degree in languages and also business? Because then we can then send you to other places and you could start other CEDOs there. You'd be able to speak the language. Then you can travel.
Well, I mean, I guess traveling
You
sounds
know what?
nice.
And it
Uh,
would be paid for.
that's true. That's true. And
And and when you set up the shops, in theory, you would be the manager over them too.
I mean that's pretty much what I do anyway. Because
But
I
you'd
mean,
have people working for you.
so I would like actually be able to boss them around.
Yes. Of course, I would be the, owner, so I could still come in and unfortunately I would have power over you. But still, whenever I'm not there, you'd be the boss.
I mean, again, that sounds better. Um,
It's ideas, think about it, whatnot like that.
yeah. I mean, I'll give I mean, it's definitely more direction than what I had, and uh, like yeah. I mean, that sounds. We could
And
get a ball rolling on that.
when I originally chose you for this store, I knew you had potential. And now it's time to see that potential bloom.
Ah,
Because,
you sound like my guidance counselor.
I don't know what that is. But still, always sounds really smart because, I'm very wise for my age. Still, think about it. Let me know. Cito's College Fund coming up if you need it. Remember, at any time, you're kind of Isaac's boss too.
You just hear like this like laugh from like the side.
He kind of is when I'm not here.
I'm always the smartest in the room. She
Look at a
could say
fiend.
she could say she's the boss as long as she leaves me alone.
Sounds fair.
Yeah, that's pretty much Isaac.
think about it. I need to talk to Isaac real quick.
Okay.
I go over to his door and knock on it real quick. Isaac!
Mm-hmm.
So, have this book. Can you take a look at it real quick and see if there's anything in there that you can, like, make that you don't already have? Show him the book from Martyrs.
The child's book?
Yeah.
He
I know it's
looks,
basics, but you never know. There might be something there that, even though it's basic, you might not know yet.
and he takes it and he like thumbs it. And he kind of like, and he looks up at you and goes, "Did I do something to offend you?"
No, I was just trying to give you more knowledge if you didn't have it already.
Well, first I hear you tell Chloe that she's in charge of me, and then you hand me this old children's book?
Yes, this is a children's book, okay? But you know how to make that potion, and I point to the one that Marty makes.
Well, the one that you point to is simply like that is not like Marty's version of it. It's just like a basic sleep potion. Yeah.
Do you know how to make that one?
Uh, yeah. Yeah. I
And
am
I
a
take out the
classic.
Marty version and go, you make that version though.
He takes it and he looks at it and he goes, he like pops open a cork and kind of smells it, sticks his finger in. And then he looks at the children's book and he goes, "This is a version of this." And he goes, I see the components, but there's a variable in here that I'm
No
not
idea.
comfortably familiar with."
And see, you were just gonna play it off that you didn't need this book and I was doing bad things. I even knew what the secret ingredient is.
And what, pray tell, is this secret ingredient?
If you say please.
He goes, "Now you want me to act like a child while I hold the child's
No,
book."
I want you to act like the person that I hired and be nice.
You hired me to be nice.
I hired you to be an alchemist, but still being nice is part of it. I'm a nice guy. I want nice
I thought it was
employees.
Chloe's job to be nice.
Yes. And if Chloe's your boss, then you have to be nice.
This is not what I signed up for. Fine. Please.
Okay. So it is blowfish poison.
Where the heck am I going to get blowfish poison from?
Now, well, I don't know, but it's an idea for later on. So now you have two versions of it, so if you ever come across blowfish poison, it might actually be cheaper to make it.
So you're handing him 2 vials?
Yes.
Okay. So you hand him 2 out of the 4 vials, and he takes it and he kind of like puts it up on the shelf, and he goes, "And what is the desired effect from this child's recipe to this altered recipe?"
Well, it helps you sleep, and if you want to market it, you can market specifically your Zora. Get at it.
You know we don't get many Zora here.
Exactly. So when they do come, you'll have something that is special that I know it sounds bad, but you could charge a little bit more for.
I mean, if you can get me some blowfish, I could tinker around, see what I can do. But you know, and you, please not the whole fish, just the poison sacks. Um, and I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can, in some way, reverse engineer this to give a similar, if not preferably identical reaction.
Okay. I pat him on the shoulder and take the book back and leave.
He puts
Oh,
up no
Tikkun, a
resistance when you
fiend.
take the book.
Hi.
He visibly has her hands over her mouth, trying not to die laughing.
Shall we go see someone else?
That works.
Bye,
Oh.
Chloe.
I was gonna say, I imagine by now, Fiend, I think your ring might be ready.
Fair enough.
It's wasted enough time, I thought.
Fair.
Be
Perfect,
perfect.
perfect. But yeah, feel free to cast that sending. We might be teleporting somewhere else today.
I thought Ken first.
Oh, that's true. I guess we could do that. Yeah. Okay, doke. Yeah. I guess first, yeah. Maybe we could swing by Ben just to see if he's doing okay.
He's like right next door, so yeah.
Yeah.
Cheese man's there too.
I've been waiting so
Nice.
long for this.
Oh God.
I've been
Sweet.
waiting so
Nice.
long for this. Months. Okay.
So
Lit-
next door.
literal
Excellent.
months. Okay.
Let's go to Ben's.
So you start making your way to Deacon's armory. And as you start making your way there, you hear an unfamiliar shrill of a voice screaming at the top of their lungs, saying, "You get down from there right this instant! How many times do I need to tell you that you are not a little superhero? You are a pain in my ass." And then you hear Keyspan calling down from the top of Deacon's armory. It's like, "But honey," it's like, "Don't you honey me. I leave for just a short while to go take care of stuff that we need to take care of so I can put food on our table, and then I see you gallivanting around town wearing frickin' pajamas." And "But Barb," and she goes, "Not another word right this instant." And you see Keyspan kind of like get up and try to like adjust his pants that his belly is like overflowing from, and he loses his footing and comes tumbling down the side of the roof of Deacon's armory, lands in a like a trough of water, and just like water and wood flies everywhere. And you see this woman who is um very short and stout, and she has a big old barbed wire tattoo on her bicep, And as you approach, her face turns and sees you, and she smiles, and she has no teeth. So,
Aw.
if if anybody recalls from a chat session, I would have said at least like 3-4 months ago, I spoke about an old coworker of mine who who would love to give me advice, and I'd love to receive advice in the campaign, but he was dead set on me incorporating Toothless into the campaign, and I got so fed up with the reoccurring suggestion that I found a way to incorporate Toothless into the campaign. And we now have Barb, Keysman's toothless wife.
Oh man, must not cast regenerate. Must not cast regenerate. I'm just fucking with
So you see this unfold as you head to Deacon's Armory. Um, what would you like to do?
you. Ohio. Um. Hi. Haven't seen you around here before. How it going?
Well,
Talking some sense into you, old Keysman, huh?
I mean, you probably would have seen me if I wasn't so busy taking care of this big old baby.
He is a pillar of the community. Not a good one, but he's still a pillar.
Listen, just because he holds up walls by leaning against him doesn't make him a pillar of anything.
He's still Keys, man.
Stop. Do not encourage him. He needs to
But if he
be
worked,
he
if he
needs to be a
worked out,
job man. That's what he needs to be.
I mean, but
well,
my job is like being Keysman. I have a job like that. Uh, We're heroes. Maybe he can someday be like us or something.
what if I had an idea that might be able to work for both of them?
And you see Keithman just like rolling around on the ground, just like holding his lower back. Just like,
I give him a healing word. It's like, get up, Keysman. You can do it.
He gets up and he looks up at this roof. He's like, trough broke my fall. Keithman.
It's like the worst possible variation of jumping off into the hay bale in Ascreed.
Oh, I miss Keithman.
He gets
What?
7 points of healing from his fall off the roof.
All right. So she goes, "What are you gonna offer him a job? Cause every job I've gotten him, he's lasted like couple of days."
Well,
Can re-roll that for you if you'd like to get a higher number.
For what, the healing or?
Yeah, for the healing, sorry, yeah.
Wait, what? I'm sorry?
If you want to try for a higher number, you can re-roll the 3 you rolled for the healing word.
Okay. Thanks. I only got a 1 this time.
That's
Thank you,
okay.
though.
That's better than 7.
so Miss Barb, What if became a guard of the grove, and then he could actually still be Keysman because then he could stay in the trees and catch bad guys.
I don't know if you know my husband, but he couldn't catch a cold.
Well,
That's a superpower if I ever heard it. I get the sniffles once a year, and I hate that. Is he a paladin? Is he immune to disease?
No. No. No.
Wow, I can't believe Keysman is immune to disease.
You want him around your trees? Let's. I mean,
he's a superhero.
Just fell off a roof.
and then she kind of like walks over, and now that they're like next to each other, you see that there's like a good like 2 to 3 foot height difference with Barb being, you know, the smaller, and she just like reaches up and like grabs his ear and pulls him down, and she goes, "You hear that? You hear that? Someone else is willing to give you a job. You gonna screw this one up?" And he's like, no. And he goes, and she like wrenches it a little bit. And she goes, "What?" And he goes, "No, no." She goes, "And what do you say to the nice Zoran?" And he goes, "Thank you, Mr. Leto. I'll do a good job. What do you need me to do?"
Okay. So, outside of Castle Town, there's a grove that we're growing. Multiple, actually. I want you to start watching over them.
Which one?
We'll start with the closest one.
Okay.
Basically need to be there. I'm going to say, I look at a fiend and Decoon. Night more worse than during the day?
I whisper, I feel like the skeletons might kill him if we send him out there at night. You should probably have a day job.
So during the day,
Oh, God.
start you out, and you're going to basically patrol, which means, yes, and I point to his outfit. You're gonna have to do something about that because you might have to run after bad guys. If you don't chase them down, then I will have to chase you down, and that won't be good.
So I could run. I mean, not
Really.
fast and not for very long, but I could run.
So that
Run 3 laps around that fountain.
Like, uh,
one,
like,
right to the count of 3, 2,
and he
2 and
starts
a
like
half.
running, and the second he starts running, he kind of like grabs the back of his like pants as they start to like fall down, and like his whole body is like thrown into the run because he can't let go of his pants. And within like 10 seconds, you start to hear like the huffing. He, he gets like two and a half like rounds of the fountain, and then his like he like collapses over onto the fountain, so like his like arm is hanging in the fountain, and like the rim of the fountain's like resting on his armpit, and he just starts like splashing the water off the fountain into his face, and you know what goes on in that fountain, but
Ooh,
It's pea water.
all pee.
Don't do
It's not
that.
even water anymore, it's just pee.
Oh,
and then after he like splashes that water on his face for like about like 30 seconds, he walks over and he goes, I'll get you the last half lap later. I'll get you. It's coming. It's coming.
You know what? I got one more idea. Miss Barb?
Oh, great.
Give her
I'm
the nice
getting
little
roped
fishy
into
grin.
this.
Well, I think You should be manager and he should work under you. That
I'm
way,
not getting sucked into this. No, no, no.
don't you want him to succeed?
No. I mean, if he does this, I mean, if he does, I mean, that's great. I mean, it's bound to happen sooner or later. But if I follow him around like I'm his mother, he's just gonna drag me down with him. Don't
No, you
don't
wouldn't be following
don't
him
get me
around.
started on his mother. And listen, I got stuff to do, and I just
Like,
came in to town to resupply, and I see this just baby Huey of a husband just prancing around on a roof in his frickin' pajamas. Listen, you want to give him a job? Listen, if he can hold the job, I don't care what you pay him. Just keep him busy, keep him off of roofs, and if you're really feeling adventurous, make sure he showers on a fairly regular basis.
I can do that.
Splash
Keithman goes,
water on his cage.
Keithman goes,
Gotcha.
I can do that. She goes, really?
Right.
Really? She goes, smell my hand that was just touching your ear. He goes, no, no. She like
So,
wipes it off on her pants.
policeman, we're still gonna have someone over you though. But you're probably not gonna be able to see them.
Because they're going to be in the tree.
They're gonna be everywhere. And if they don't like what you're doing, I'm gonna give them permission to help you out.
That sounds good.
Not in a good way.
Oh.
By breaking your legs.
Well, no. I go down to deep. What can the Minish do to like kick him in the head?
Hmm. Deacon looks very thoughtful. He says, I feel like they have some kind of magic. But I don't remember what kind of magic they have.
They will magic you bunch. So if you slack off, you never know what's coming. Maybe they'll, pants you. Maybe they'll turn your hair purple.
They will pants you in public even. Their curse knows no bounds. Next time you come out here, pants down to your ankles, including your underwear. And you've exposed yourself to children like me, and now you'll get arrested.
That sounds really bad.
It
I,
is really bad.
I don't
Don't do that.
I don't want to get arrested.
Nobody wants to get arrested.
No.
Okay, so formally, I know your name is Kingsman, but I need a real name. What's your real name?
Kevin.
Okay, Kevin. This is a probational thing. I will pay you a nice sum of rupees to guard. Like, if you slack off, I'll know.
Well, no, I chime in.
I'll do the best job I ever did.
No, 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 no. You're gonna do the best job that your wife believes you'll ever be able to do. But you're gonna make her proud, right? Answer's yes. Answer's yes.
They both laugh.
Trying to be funny here.
She's like, as I said, he's your problem.
I work with problems and I fix them.
Well,
Trust
that's
me, the next time you see him, I'll bet his pants don't fall down as he runs.
he'll have lost his pants. Sounds
Yeah,
about right.
he'll have an outfit that actually fits because he'll have lost weight, because he'll actually be doing a good job, which will be hard work.
Oh boy, I hope you have a lot of free time on your hands because he's gonna take all of it.
Have quite a few eyes that will be watching him.
All right, well, um, I think I'm about done here. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna head inside, grab some more supplies from, from, you know, Ken's. By the way, What's with the name? Like, I know Ken, but like, like, Ken's, like kin to me, but who's D?
Oh,
Down to Deacon.
hi. I wave. Deacon? Like me, because me Deacon, you see. Hi.
Ah,
What's your name? Nice to meet you.
Barb.
my name is
Barb,
Barb, but you
sorry.
can call me Toothless.
Okay. I will probably call you Barb if I can remember that if you'd like.
That's just as good, I suppose.
Okay. But yeah, we've been we came to come visit little Ben. Looking forward to meeting him. It's been a while.
Little
Been a
Ben.
while. Yeah.
Who changed the name I
Son,
gave him?
Deacon.
Me.
Ah, that was my little effer right there.
I was told it was Keysman who gave him that name.
like, like I would ever let him do that.
Aw, fair. But yeah, yeah, it legally got changed. I think about 6 months ago.
Well,
He is
Ben. Huh. Ben, Ken, Kev. You know what? It's got a good ring to it.
thanks. He thought so too. Seemed like it fit somehow. But yeah, it's been nice meeting you. If you don't mind me asking, what is it that you need the supplies to do? What do you do for a living?
And she kind of like pulls back. She's wearing like a long sleeveless duster, and she like pulls back one of the sides of the duster, and you can see just like this like arsenal of weaponry. And,
Ooh,
and she's like, I solve problems, you know, go
I
around,
could tell.
see, yeah, but some problems are just too difficult to fix. But yeah, I travel around from town to town. I see what problems need fixing for a fair amount of rupees, and I fix them.
That's cool. I hope you have plenty of luck in the future. Sounds like you do a good job.
I do all right for myself.
But yeah. We will make sure that your husband stays safe and sound while you are gone. Um, I think he'll have very special time. I'm sure we all will.
Well, he's made it this far, I suppose, and to nobody's more surprised than me. But yeah, um, you have fun with them. Yeah.
Thanks. Hell yeah. But yeah. Um, yes. We I think we always have.
she, she does seem a bit perplexed by that, but
I give her a bright red healing potion. I say, here, here's to good fortune out there on the field.
And she takes it. So that's very kind. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll make sure it gets put to good use.
Sound good. Sound good. Yeah. Um. So yeah. Have you I came to check on Ben. Have you been in there? Is he doing okay?
No, I was actually just about to head in when, that whole roof thing happened.
Sure. We can all head inside. He smiles. You can show him the new name that you learned. Hee.
She goes, hey, wait, before we go in, do you know how he got up there?
Mystique.
I mean,
He
like,
looks awful. It's like, I never thought about that. I assumed you had a ladder in the back or something.
he could barely walk in a straight line most times rather than, climb a ladder.
He's been up there pretty constantly, actually.
Really?
Uh, yeah, every time we come by, he's on the roof somehow.
Maybe he got stuck.
Oh man, Kato's just like Benjamin, like doing the scene where he's like trying to throw the pizza on the roof, but it's on purpose this time.
Oh, man. And she kind of like, so she just like shrugs her shoulders a bit. She goes, well, appears that we're heading in the same, same direction, so.
Sounds good. Let's head in.
Yeah. All right. So she comes in. Yeah, it comes in with you guys, and I think Ben's like an early teenager at this point. Yeah. So as
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I wave as we enter. But I'll let you finish.
all right. So Ben sees his aunt, and he goes, Auntie Barb, and he like comes around the counter and like gives her a hug, and Ben is probably a good like foot and a half like taller than Barb, and she just like gets underneath him and just picks him up and just like
Oh,
hugs him and tosses him like a rag doll. And she goes, ah, little Ben, you get taller every time I see you. It's like, that's because you don't see me too often. She goes, ah, with the jokes. And, he goes, and Ben's like, oh, and you came in with the deacon and everybody. It's like, yeah, we just met them outside, and I was setting old Kevin straight, and well, these nice folk offered him a job. And Ben's face just, like, that's good. It's nice. Hey, Deacon, hey.
Hi. How you doing, Ben?
Good,
What you been
good.
up to?
Just keep him busy. You know, the shop's been fairly busy, and got to keep things stocked and running, and I mean, this is
Can I do
pretty
a
much the
brief
only
insight check?
weapon place in town, so.
Makes sense. Can I do like an insight check to see how he's holding up?
Yeah.
Damn, I really wanted that one.
5. He's doing as good as he says he's doing. You have no reason to disbelieve it.
This is true. This is true. Okay. Well, he smiles. He says, "Honestly, I miss you. It's been a while, Ben. I hope you're enjoying the new name and all that." Well,
It
yeah.
is more socially acceptable.
Very true. Very true. But yeah. I I wanted to come back and just kind of tell you that that suit of armor that you were working on, Gully's been rocking it for a long time now, and I just wanted to let you know that it's been serving him really well. Like, you really did some master work with that, Ben, and I just wanted to let you know we really appreciate it.
Oh,
You're
that's
no doubt going to be as much of a master as your father was,
well, thank you. I
or is.
appreciate that. I mean, thank you for, giving me the time to work on it. I mean, something like that I had never done before, and I was a little worried about having a little hit and miss, but since the lack of pressure really uh helped let me work on it and
Oh,
give it that good once over.
Deacon smiles and gives him a thumbs up. He goes, "Hey, it's always glad to see what you guys come up with in your creativity. You guys have come up with a lot of things, and it's always been a pleasure to work with you, and it's good to see what you guys are capable of. But yeah, I just wanted to come wish you the best and see how you were doing with the job and all that.
Oh, thanks.
Um, it's hard to believe it's been as long as it has, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. Time is a funny thing these days, right?
Mm-hmm. Wibbly wimely. Um, and yeah. I let's see. Um, give me one sec. I want to check something. Um, yeah. I just kind of I bring out let's see. I want to take out. Sorry. Let me see. Uh, um, Yeah, so I'm gonna ask him if if he's kind of like branched out into any other work since then, since it's been a while. Just anything is maybe a hobby or anything else of the sort.
Huh. I mean, I wish I was that exciting. Um, Not really any kind of hobby or nothing. I mean, when staying out of trouble for the most part. Uh, yeah. I mean, kind of like. I mean, I like this, so I just kind of, even when I'm not working, I'm just kind of tinkering, I guess you could say.
Gotcha. What kind of tinkering? I mean, I am dead curious.
Just like smaller stuff, like learning how to, work, uh, smaller things like chainmail or things with better intricacy and learning
That's
how to make
cool.
more stable joints, things like that.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, every step really brings you closer and closer towards that level of proficiency.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Yeah. No, I'm glad to hear it's working out for you. Let's see.
Hey, Ken.
I think it.
Ken.
Uh, Ken's is the main one in the castle, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Oh, oh, sorry. Ken,
Oh, it's okay. Ben,
B-
yeah,
Ken,
sorry.
yeah.
Ken, I got a question for you.
Of course.
How would you like to work on a project that's never been done before?
I mean, with the right parameters, I believe anything can be done.
So, I have this idea for a portable glider. I have the schematics kind of drawn out. I have a bigger one that's going to be built, but I need to make it smaller.
Like
You would be game to try?
like a type of like lantern or torch.
Yeah, like if you're falling from the sky, it pops out and you can kind of glide.
Oh, glider.
Glider.
Oh, I mean, you know, I'm not saying no. I'm saying it's one thing to make a big piece of metal that stops other metal from getting to you, and it's a whole nother thing to put somebody in the air. Um, they're good. I mean, I can tr try to make it to like the schematics to specs. I mean, I can do that, but honestly, like Making a glider makes me nervous. Well, not making a glider makes me nervous, but just the thought of having somebody up in the air with the only thing stopping them from falling is something that I've made that that makes me nervous. But I'm not saying
What
no. I'm
if?
not saying no.
What if I could? I don't know. Bring it to someone who's done this for a while and could back you up, guarantee.
I mean, having help on the project, especially experienced help, would be beneficial. Um,
Quite experienced with building things.
yeah, yeah, I mean, my level of experience is limited in this general way, so really kind of like anything, um, any type of assistance would definitely help me feel a little better.
Deal with heat.
How do I deal with heat?
Yeah.
I deal with it all day.
Let's say it's warm. Let, let's say it's like volcano-ish type warm.
I mean, I suppose with proper protection, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But I assume you're talking about Death Mountain. I've never been. I do hear it's really hot there. Um, but I also hear that they
Yeah.
have like these like tunics that help.
You can get you one of those too.
Okay, okay, we're talking.
Okay, let me do a little bit more checking with him before I bring you along, and then we'll work on the project.
Well, so my
Um,
concern is what about the shop?
That is where I'd have to talk to you and Ken. See if we can have someone cover it.
And you just start to see a hand go up, and Barb's like, "Put your hand down." Keysman just deflates a little bit.
We could work days in the Grove and nights here.
Barb goes, "Listen, I just met you guys. I don't want to sour our relationship too quickly. You can have them guard your little fruit trees and such, but probably don't want to let them near too many sharp objects or things that have fire, like a forge."
Okay.
I mean, if you need somebody to test the glider, I'll volunteer him all day.
We'll see.
Could I chime in with something? Maybe the one we were the person we were talking about, the bigger guy who might be able to help him with this, mentioned that one of the things we'd need is Zoran steel. Maybe we could head around Zora's domain and kind of gather up some of that and give him some to practice with, and then a little bit more to kind of actually make the initial schematics you were talking about. And then if he gets some practice with Zoran steel, he'll maybe feel a little bit more comfortable. Not to mention he might be able to make something that's a little bit cooler out of it.
Yep.
Yeah. I turn to him and smile and ask him if he's ever worked with Zoran steel before.
No, nothing that fancy, but I'd happily give it a try.
Um, Deacon turns to his party and smiles and goes, "So, what do you think? Maybe we could go gather some up. I still know the recipe from when I was a young adventurer. It's just well, I'll keep the recipe secret until we accept by you guys. But yeah, it's not that hard for us to get it if we just give it a shot."
Plus, there's always quests. Need it.
That's true. That's true. And yeah, maybe maybe that would be good for you guys. Any objections?
Sounds good.
Nice. Is that okay with you, Lito?
Do with that.
Nice. Yeah, I could teleport us back to Zora's domain, and we could work on that for a little while. I turn to Ben and I pat him on the shoulder and I go, yeah, we'll get you some practice stuff, and then yeah, we'll after that we will be able to get you some actual work, and maybe along the line, maybe along the journey we could get you like some kind of tunic or something, and yeah, like I think if we kind of maybe if we do walk to the foot of Zora's domain, we could swing along the very base of Death Mountain and get one from Pebbles.
A,
Just a thought.
a Zoran tunic?
No, a
No.
Gerudo tunic.
Oh, Pebble. Okay, yeah.
I mean the Goron tunic, yeah.
I,
For his time on Death Mountain.
I don't know why, but I was thinking of Tojo.
Ah, fair. I love Tojo. God, I miss that dude.
So Nito will look not suspicious and put his hand in the bag and pull out one of the 6 sword tunics that he stole and gives it to a Ben.
Nice. That's awesome. Thank you. Ah, classic Lito.
That's a
give you
down
thumbs up.
payment.
He kind of like holds it up and in just looking at it with ever so like subtle awe. And he's like, as he's holding up, he's like rubbing the material on his fingers, which a lot of people tend to do specifically with the Goron tunic. I'm noticing, and you know they're like remarked by the like toughness and the like thickness and the oily kind of like just overall texture of it. And he says, and if I this is the tunic where if I put it on, oh.
Good to use while you're blacksmithing too.
No, true.
Yeah, yeah, that is.
And it's something your dad doesn't even.
True.
Well, I don't think he needs it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's always good to be like, Dad, look what I got.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I won't not hold it over his head, but
Remember, it's a down payment. When I come back, be prepared to start working on it. Once we find someone to cover the shop and everything else like that, then we'll work on it.
okay. Well, I'll tell you if you know, so long as Deacon and my dad are okay letting me go, and you know the shop is not in any way hindered, I am agreeable.
Nice.
If it helps, I'm kind of in with the boss. You can talk to him.
Well, I think the boss still needs someone to run his shop.
You?
Hey. Sorry, this is a slightly tertiary. Did we help Blink in this version?
Not
I feel like we all.
yet.
Okay.
Well, it depends. If it's timeline where we both have helped him, then yes.
Gotcha.
But in the current time, we haven't actually talked to him.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Because I remember we like threw money at him during the wibbly wobbly phase during the prologue. So yeah, I guess we haven't talked to him yet though. But yeah, I was just
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah, Blink has not been talked to during the Cataclysm, but he was during the prologue. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure because that's like a potential call in or something. But I'm not. I mean, he might be running his own shop still. But yeah, if he, you know, it's just an option I thought of. Let's see. Hmm. I'm just trying to think of like other characters we might have a little experience with in town. But the only other one I really know of is the town guard drew Latchet, and that was when we helped for a time. But
What about outside the town?
true. Yeah, there are a couple people we could potentially run to. I mean,
Well,
man, I would have loved to pitch Andy Belfer, but I don't actually know what happened to him. So
Poor Andy.
it would be a stable job. I feel like he could use a stable job.
he could be at the bar, the tavern. Wait, I don't know
True.
that. He
Yeah,
could be
I don't know
somewhere.
that either. Yeah. God, I just don't know if it would be too much of a stretch to like sending him or something.
See, now you got me looking. I'm on the
There's
other.
always thought that he could go to Death Mountain, see if there's a Goron that wants to try blacksmithing in town.
How long has it been since we left Goron Village? Like in days?
I would say it's been over 10 days at this point.
Yeah, let's kind of avoid Goron Village for a little while. I think they kind of need some time to heal without us necessarily interfering with what they're doing right now. You know what I mean? Um, I think it might be best to just kind of if we're gonna stick to anyone, we should probably stick to the big Goron, especially since we still have a lot to gather for his recipe.
I think he'd fit in here.
True. I mean that's true, but I just mean like, yeah, I think we might do a little better job with potentially the with the Zoras at this point.
Just a random question for you, Deku.
Mhm.
Do you know any Deku who could blacksmith? That would be kind of
Oh,
awesome.
that would be kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, I would love to go back. Um, I used to know. Honestly, I wish I could find some of the Lost Boys. They were really good at this stuff, and I know that especially Mr. Rufio was really like a dedicated carpenter and stuff like that. So he was actually really good at the job.
Wouldn't we?
Hmm,
Can scry on people, remember?
true.
I think he's one of
Um,
the two that you haven't really. I think everyone
yeah,
except him and one other have been addressed so far.
this is true. This is
Yeah.
true.
Because we know where Scarlet is.
Mhm.
Why'd you have to go right there?
It's
We all know
most
where.
obvious.
It is mildly less morbid than we know where Thudbutt is.
But we don't know where he is.
True.
We remember where he was,
This
Well,
is true.
right.
and then
This
where
is
he was.
You really can't scry on Thudbutt, right?
true.
Just ideas for you.
I got you. That would be really cool. Maybe we could. I mean, I do still kind of feel like I'm missing a little something from my time in Hyrule Castletown. My time in Kakariko again. Maybe we could finish back by there and see what kind of stuff they're offering, and maybe their armor shop and such. I mean, I didn't actually get the chance to check out their armor while we were there. Amongst other things, I mean, yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So, anything else here, or do we need to go see Ken, or do you want to do something else?
Well, did you still have that stuff you wanted to pitch by Ken? Or do you wanna yeah. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. How about this? Speaking of Kakariko, Athene, did you wanna make that message?
That's what I was actually asking about.
I'm
The
sorry, I
other
didn't
thing.
understand. I didn't
No,
actually hear you.
Yeah, no worries. I can try making it now.
Nice. All right.
let's
Uh,
go
yeah, let's
outside
go
just in
outside in
case.
case of like explosion.
Yeah,
N-
in case of backfiring
uh,
Or if, you
possession.
talk to it and it decides to come out and come here, at least the shop will be
Yeah,
okay for a couple minutes.
exactly.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
We can. I'm okay with the pea fountain getting destroyed, but the shops need to stay.
Afian, you're gonna need this, and I give her the silver mirror. It's basically how you actually kind of look at it. You cast a spell and then look through that, and you'll be able to see. Oh no, you're sending.
Okay.
Never mind. That's great. Never mind. You can do that any way you want. I don't know how many things you can say, but punctual, complete, and sound nice.
Technically speaking, you get 25 words. Here, I'll post it in clan chat for you. I mean, and yeah, Jesus Christ, I'm playing too much RuneScape.
Okay.
I don't know the spell as Leto, so that's why I'm.
And it didn't actually have its thing. Amazing. I don't know
Fine.
why it doesn't have a description.
Fine. 25 words. If they're on the same plane,
Yeah,
10%
basically.
chance
Got
if
it.
it could fail if they're not.
Yeah, true.
Okay, I did write something out. Would you like me to just put it in chat, or would you like me to read it?
Heck.
You know what? I mean, you can verbalize it, but especially with the sending spell, yeah. If you can put that in chat, we'll put that in chat too.
Perfect. And I now just hope that I get a reply. And the reply isn't, I am going to possess you now, destroy everyone and everything.
Okay. All right, hold on. I need to jump on the other screen for a sec. Gotta bring up the sheet.
Still have 9 words left.
Yeah,
Ask him how his day is, favorite color, who you
well,
are.
Okay.
I don't want to put too many words too many questions into the message, otherwise it can't reply to all of it properly.
No, they have 25 and you have 25.
Yeah.
Still tell them who you are, because they're just going to get a voice in their head they've never met.
You know what? I'm gonna call an audible on this. All right. Okay. So the first thing comes back. It says, a very kind of tired and weary voice comes into your head, calls back and says, I am an old, misunderstood, cursed soul. The second thing that comes through says, I have been banished from the home that protected me. We're at 17. And you say, the magic that keeps you sealed, what is it? Who made it? and it says, "The one you know as Flora has kept," and that's 25.
Ah,
If you want, I can give you another sending charge, by the way.
yes, please.
Okay, I cast sending into the ring again.
If Ian's going to relay what it says cautiously, do it says it's an old misunderstood soul. It was banished, and I'm going to sending again and ask. Sorry, could you repeat the last bit for me, please? Thank you for your time. I'm sorry if this is hurting you. To respond.
Pain is all I know. But the one you know as Flora is who is keeping me sealed. We're at 18.
I'm going to turn back to the leader and teaching and say, I don't remember much about Kakariko Village, but was the name Flora floating around somewhere there?
Oh, Flora is the sapling of the new Great Deku tree.
You can get to meet her. Kind of cool.
She is very nice. She is precious. She helped save Kakariko in my timeline by putting a barrier around the old Great Deku tree that kept it as a sanctuary from when it was being attacked by redeads.
I'm getting Ganon flashbacks here, but she's the one keeping that thing sealed and in pain.
Wait,
According to that creature.
now, your Ganon or our Ganon? Your Ganon you said was good.
Yeah, the sort of relationship between, or the diametric opposal between your Ganon and my Ganon, and your Flora and the Flora that is keeping this thing sealed currently.
Ooh.
That would be interesting, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's very possible. I just know that Queen Zelda was in there when we were, and when we first came to, the people who welcomed us were Impa, Zelda, and then Flora and Robbie. So
And
I
Guru
feel like
Guru.
and Guru.
How
Wow,
could
that
you?
must hurt. That must hurt.
How could you?
Um, I know, right? What the fuck? It just keeps happening, man. It's sad, honestly. Um,
Dad.
exactly. Like, come on, Dad. Making me embarrassing. I'm just. Anyway, so, but yeah, yeah. So those were the people who like first came to greet us. So I feel like theoretically those are the trustworthy ones. I mean, it is possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. I feel like we would do well to maybe ask Flora a little bit more since we kind of know what's going on. That she can maybe actually give us some information that I think she's been avoiding doing, regardless of her reason, whether it's evil or not. I mean, she attacks us or something like that. I mean, yeah, we'll kind of have our answer. You know what I mean? Or maybe she could just explain. Um, what do you guys think? Sorry, I guess
You
I
can
should
take
say,
us. You can take us straight there.
yeah. That would be cool. Are you guys up for that? Do you want to check on that, or do you want to do something else first? Just checking.
I think it may be good to hear her side of this story.
True, especially while it's fresh in our minds. Okay. Yeah. Lito, could you take us there? I'd like to save my my remaining spell slot for just in case shit hits the fan.
Gotcha. You see those?
Yay. Okay.
A wall, and there you go.
Yay.
All
That's
right.
so
It's
cool, honestly.
transport. This is transport via plants. We can literally go to the Great Deku Tree.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So head to the Great Deku Tree, where you find Flora.
Mm.
So, welcome back.
Hi. Thank you. Um, I I kind of look between my party and I will use I'm gonna look Toledo first. I'm gonna use a bonus action to use my my first level aberrant mind feature to establish a telekinetic link for 1 minute. And I'm gonna ask, do you think we should handle this like surreptitiously, like without her knowing we're asking these questions? Or do you think we should just ask her and see how honest she is with us, like up front?
Response you get is, have we ever really done that? Which is kind of blunt.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I smile at Flora. I go, hey. So we had some questions for you, if you have some time.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Um, so essentially, one of the things that's been happening is we've been taking a real interest in the chasm. We kind of got chased out of town because we were looking at it, and then it made icky noises, and then we got chased out of town by an angry mob.
I did hear about that.
Hopefully they've all calmed down by now. I told them that it was in their best interest to calm down by now. Um,
I believe it's largely water under the bridge. They
Good
seemed
to hear it.
very, almost too forgiving on the matter, but yes.
Excellent, excellent. Um, but yeah, so we kind of we wanted to ask you like what you knew about what was in the chasm. Because we're starting to build up some ideas, and we think it would be very important to really get to the bottom of this.
Oh, um, well, I mean, there's something very bad down there, yeah.
Could you tell us what it is? I know this is something that worries you, Flora, but I think this is something we should really know at this point because I mean, especially once Gully comes back, I think they're if anyone is going to take care of this, it will probably be us. You know, if we're going to go take care of all the temples, this could be an important step in that. I mean, even if you can keep him sealed, I mean, what happens if something else starts happening to Kakariko while you have him sealed? I mean, I know your energy is very strong, Flora, but it's not endless. I mean, nothing is endless. And obviously, my heart goes out to everyone in Kakariko, and the whole idea is if they could be less scared, then I owe it to them to make them less scared, just as they did for me once. You know?
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay, give me 1 second. I had to step away from my keyboard.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that. Rolling now.
Mm,
29.
All right. So, um, she takes a deep breath and says, "Well, as has been proven true time and time again, Deacon, you are correct. Just let me tell you the truth about what is in the chasm. I was alone here one night, as is true many nights. But this one particular night, I heard a horrific sound coming from far off in the west. It sounded like a full-scale battle that the size of which I've never witnessed in my personal lifetime. And after the echoing pounding had concluded, a what appeared to be comet-like structure came towards Kakariko village, and it landed with a deafening crash in the area that is now referred to as the chasm. Fortunately, when it came crashing down, it was late and there were minimal Kokiri and Deku out, but those some couldn't escape as this form came crashing down. And no sooner did I arrive on the site when I saw one hand come out of the gaping hole, and then a second hand come gaping, or it came out of the gaping hole. And it was then that I noticed that there was nothing connected to the hands. The hands appeared to have been severed, but they were acting independently and on their own, and it was at that moment when I realized what had invaded our village. It was Bongo Bongo, and in my haste I didn't have time to ask questions. Bongo Bongo could have laid waste to the entirety of Kakariko Village in nothing more than a few instances, so I had no other choice but to use every ounce of power that I had that night to suppress and keep him down in that hole. While, and this is the part that I am least proud of, I had to make everyone forget what they saw that night. And from that day forward, that is why they don't seem to be bothered by the chasm. They don't seem to interact with them. In many ways, from their memories, it's just something that has always been there. But that is not the truth of the matter.
Hmm. I understand what you had to do, Flora. It sounds like you did what you could. Um, my my question then, I guess, becomes maybe what do you think the odds are we could evacuate the village for a time or something similar, and then we could take on this beast, see if we could end its reign. I I don't know if you're familiar with this, but in the world that I came from, as I'm sure you understand the difference here, as you were with Zelda and the others, um, you put this same type or similar type of barrier around the shell of the Great Deku Tree, and single-handedly you survived. You saved what was left of Kakariko after a Yiga and a Re-Dead invasion and the Golden Lionel. All of these things at once. Everybody who could make it to the Deku Tree, you kept them safe with your magics, just as you have done now, just as you always have done, and I'm sure always will. Um, but you know, if either you could keep them safe or if we could get them out of the Lost Woods for even just a day while we try to deal with this beast. And that is, of course, even saying my party is on the same page as that, but just as a hypothetical, I suppose it's worth asking. As if it's not feasible, then this may change everybody's idea on it, but still, it's worth asking. I have to know what your thoughts are.
Yes, I have not only seen your past Kakariko, but I've seen many past Kakarikos. I've seen the village torn asunder more times than I care to retain. And speaking of the memory that you possess, it is not how many people were able to be saved. It was how many people perished. And I cannot be caught in a situation where I did my best. I cannot be caught in a situation where I saved as many as I could. I
That's
cannot let what happened to past Kakarikos happen to this Kakariko.
I understand, Laura. Believe me, I do. I, uh, I, he says, you know then from all those past Kakarikos, in most of them, I'm sure, it has always been my priority to see this village taken good care of. I, um, I can only imagine that being the case. And in turn, my question then becomes, we, um, we had Athene cast a certain spell that lets you see things that were invisible and in this case ethereal. I have some experience with this ethereal plane. Um is there a way that if we went there we could fight him without damaging Kakariko? It's not a way that if we were there at the time, we would have no way of interacting with the actual city. It would be us and him alone fighting for whatever that could be worth. Is
If
that a thing that can happen?
if you can, by any means, be it ethereal or otherwise, get Bongo Bongo away from the village, I would not stop you. But I
Understood.
cannot release him, even if just for a moment.
I understand completely. Um, that's why my question was if he is being held on the ethereal plane or something to that similar. Like, do you know if your magic stretch into that plane or if his do? Ah,
I don't know.
understandable. I had to check as a potential angle. Um, hmm, um, I just kind of turn back to Leto and Athene, and I say, sorry, I've been bogarting this conversation. Do you guys have any thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, how is this right? How is this fair? This creature comes out of nowhere, and your first instinct is to seal it and cause it to suffer for how long has it been? Months? Years?
My first instinct has been to protect this village. My most important instinct will always be to protect this village. Because I understand where you're coming from. I understand your compassion for this creature, but think of all the other lives at stake.
Mm,
I think I have seen this. You do more harm than this creature has. Maybe it's right. Maybe it is just misunderstood.
Misunderstood
Was it
things
ever
can be
given a chance?
disastrous. A chance to what?
A chance to leave, a chance to go, a chance to not be trapped and tortured constantly.
And where would it go? What would it do? It it is a it is a violent creature.
How do you know that?
Historically, it has proven it time and time again.
Oh yeah, historically everything in this Yeah, historically, this creature's been bad in this universe. Just like historically, you and the Queen are the good ones in this universe, and Ganon is the evil creature.
I understand what you're saying, but think of the lives, the risk of the lives. I have seen too many bad things befall this entire village, and if I have to be cautious in protecting these innocent lives, does one life not outweigh, or to the sheer magnitude of the lives in this village not outweigh one single entity?
Um, if I might chime in, I understand one thing that's being pointed out here, which is the fundamental difference between death and torture, and a life of torture indeed. These are not equivalencies that any of us can truly make. Um, my question then becomes: Is there? I understand more than anyone else the desire to keep Kakariko safe, but I believe there has to be some middle ground. I mean, you have some degree of magics. Is there no way that you could move it somewhere else into the temple, for example? The forest temple, perhaps, or any other temples around, or give it some time in the Kakariko well, or some such. Like there has to be some place that there isn't enough people that we could take it to let it, if nothing else, to explain itself.
I'm
Um,
sure you know as well as I do the only vacant temple is the fire temple.
fair point. But tell me, is there no way for you to teleport it, even if I were to offer some of my magics in some form?
It,
Um,
keeping Bongo Bongo at bay is taking every spare bit of energy I have. If you could move it, I would not stop you from moving it,
hmm,
but that would have to be without me releasing it.
I see. So my question then becomes: Is there a way I could get past the barrier then? Is the barrier on the outside, or if I cross amongst it on, say, the ethereal plane, and then step back within inside of it on, say, next to Bongo Bongo, will I continue to be incinerated for being too close to it, or like what is the deal here?
The barrier does not exist beneath it.
Wait, what?
The barrier that is holding Bongo Bongo, it's on the top and it's on the sides, but there's no barrier beneath it.
I understand. So if I could dig upwards, I could escape. I could get through it.
Yes, if you came from beneath, there would be no barrier separating you from it.
Wow. Um, I uh, I look at the party and I say, that alone gives us an angle, literally and metaphorically. If we want to take some time to talk to it, or to offer it some chance to go somewhere else, I mean, I there are a couple of vacant places that, if it is going to accept from us a, a teleportation spell, we could take it to some place that's been vacant for a very long time, such as Lon Lon Ranch, or something to that end, or some other place that we could clear out. Perhaps the mines in the Faka encampment that are no longer being. Oh wait, I don't know that. The mines in the Faka encampment that are, just tell the Faka to stay away from it for a day, and we lure it in there. Like
there is potential here where we can do both of these things. And frankly, if it speaks true and will not accept a teleportation to another location, then in that way we have our answer, do we not? Does that all make sense?
It does.
Lito, what's your take?
So all in all, we want to move it.
Well, that's the only thing I can think of that satisfies giving it a chance, unless we just kind of entered the chasm next to it and just talk to it for a minute. But should we do that, I do not necessarily have a way to get us back out of there unharmed, unless the um I look at at Flora and ask if the barrier prevents teleportation in general, or if you know that he has some degree. Well, counterspell won't matter because I can subtle spell it, but still. Um, does the barrier block teleportation?
The barrier is merely meant to contain. In fact, like the reason that there's no containment underneath is because there's no concern about it going deeper. There's no problem with it going deeper. So
Gotcha.
whatever energy would have been spent on that is spent in other areas of the spell to prevent it from going in
Gotcha.
any other direction.
Okay. Okay. Um. So yeah. Yeah. Do you guys have any thoughts going from that? Like, we could again, we could ethereal plane talk to it, and then we ethereal travel underneath the ground. We pop up underneath the barrier. We try talking to it. If it attacks us, I teleport us away. That's the simplest option. If you want to go a little bit riskier, we do that. We talk to it. We teleport it away with us. However, if we do that, I will have, unless we take a rest first and give it one more day of its life, I will have very little of my remaining spells prepared to like accompany us on that journey. Like I won't have my highest level uh things, which could be very dangerous for the rest of us, no offense. So, what do you guys think is amenable to both uh safety and to like ethics? Like, does that make sense to all of you? Like, does that sound like a reasonable thing, a good compromise?
It does.
I got a couple of questions before that.
Okay, lay it on.
First, not to be funny, what's a bongo bongo? All I know is it has big hands. Can it talk?
Does
If I look at it like this, it looks like a headless human with or Hylian with its hands cut off.
I do not believe does anybody have any type of historical text? Because
Um,
I know nobody got this far in any campaign, so I know there's no like personal experience with Bongo Bongo.
yeah,
Would
I don't have.
Sop know?
What was that?
Oh, true.
Would Sop
Stop.
know?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Stop.
Oh, oh, heck, yes, yes, Zop would know.
Excellent. Good call. Good call.
Ah,
Morphine.
I forgot
Hell
about
yeah.
Zop.
Good job.
Okay, so you call Zop out. Zop bops out. What can I help you with today?
Bongo bongo. Can it
That
talk?
What is it historically like? What is it? What is a bongo bongo? Like, who is he? Can it talk? Yes. But like,
Concrete
who else?
details about Bongo Bongo's former life are skeptical at best. However, what is well documented is Bongo Bongo is a very large creature Actually, let me actually use a technical term on that one. Um, I'll even divulge this much. Bongo Bongo is a gargantuan creature that is most notably the guardian of the Shadow Temple. Bongo Bongo's last appearance was when he was fought and defeated by Link.
You say guardian.
Yes,
You mean like the evil or the protector?
the evil.
Gotcha. Okay. Just making sure. I feel like Deacon would need to clarify
Yeah,
what that meant.
yeah. So to like do a little Ocarina of Time delving, like Bongo Bongo was the temple boss of the Shadow Temple. He was not um in that game. He was not a temple. He was not a sage. Okay, or he was not a sage. He was a temple boss. He had taken, if I remember correctly, he had taken over the Shadow Temple after the sages had been imprisoned. Yeah.
I think he was already down there.
Hmm?
I thought he was already down there before the sages were imprisoned.
I'd have to double check it. Yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, okay. So we'll leave like that particular part a little bit fuzzy for now. But yes, Zop lets you know that um he originated, he inhabited. There we go. We'll go with that one. He inhabited the Shadow Temple, and he is a size gargantuan. Oh, and to answer your question, he has not. There's no documentation of him ever speaking. But so as I said before, when I was like, I'll call this as an audible. When you were communicating with him through sending, you were communicating with him telepathically. So the speaking that he was doing was speaking telepathically. Verbally, he cannot speak.
Okay, Zomp, got another question for you,
Yes,
if you know this one. So the hands are not attached, right?
correct.
So, and Link took care of him. You have to like take care of the hands first, or just like the main body.
In order to defeat Bongo Bongo, it is the body that must be defeated. The hands can regenerate.
So, Kun, Afine, the crazy idea.
I'm intrigued.
So, easiest way to move him, let's say, would be another form, right?
You want to polymorph him into something.
And then we can move him wherever we want.
Hmm.
And there's three of us, we'd have three chances. before something bad might happen.
How do you figure?
I could try. You could try. You could try. Doesn't work.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, okay. Because of the spell story rings or something? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. That works.
That, in theory, I think would make a fiend happy because we're not hurting it, and would also take care of the problem for Flora. You know, we don't have to worry about it, and Deacon would still be able to take it wherever we want.
Well, for what it's worth, due to my new level 1 feature for my Aberrant Mind Sorcerer level, I can actually establish a telepathic link with any creature within a certain distance of me. And this telepathic link will like last for like 1 minute, and it's just a bonus action that I could just do. So theoretically, we could talk to him. I think if you wouldn't mind if I took the ring back for a second and maybe you could cast see invisibility into it, I might literally be able to see him and then just talk to him like en masse, like have actual conversations, ask him questions of sorts telepathically if you wanted to go down that route. Just a thought.
Drop another question.
Yes.
Bongo Bongo really magical? He can use magic, or is it just like he punches you with his hands?
The effect is believed to be magical.
Deacon, the thing I'm worried about is the more that you talk to it, it doesn't normally talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what effect it might have. Either it might start to like understand what's going on with it,
That's true.
or it might try and mess with one of you.
Yeah, either of those are very true, to be honest.
Or it might be misunderstood and it might just need someone to listen to it for once.
Hmm. I mean, yeah. I guess it's worth taking the risk. I mean, I even if it does not tell us like the truth, I mean, at least we tried diplomacy first. I'm you know, I'm not exactly keen on necessarily walking into things gun blazing at this point. I mean, crossbows blazing at this point.
I
May
have one last
I have,
question. Oh, go ahead.
sorry, no, go ahead.
Oh, I just have another question before it.
Mhm.
The last question is, let's say you talk to it.
Mhm.
What exactly will make you believe that it's either not hostile, not bad, or won't kill us? Like, you need like a definite, like, what will it possibly say that will give you that 100% it's okay to do whatever? This is
Mm,
something that I want both of you to think about, because if you're going to talk to it, you might have different opinions.
this
So
is true.
that's a key thing.
Once
That's a
we
good
get
point.
down there, we could give it one of those zones of sending that prevents people from lying.
I mean, yeah, sending doesn't really require a face to use, so.
But don't we have to be like there to give it to him?
Yeah, once we get down there.
Gotcha. So that's using the that would be me using the etherealness. We go around and under and up the top into the little dome. and then we pop him the sending stone, and if he doesn't immediately attack us, or if he does immediately attack us, I will teleport us out. If you want to do it
Sounds
that
good.
way.
Laura, is that cool with you?
That satisfies my requirements. I
There we
And,
go.
I may not agree with what you're about to do, but I respect your right to do it.
and I don't agree with what you're doing now, so that makes us even.
Fair.
Deacon, may I have another use of this sending spell? That's alright?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I poke the ring and cast sending into it one more time.
Thank you.
Sure. Let me know if you need anything else.
Will do. I am going to use it again, but this time I'm going to message you with my message privately, Puck.
Okay.
Did you fight it before?
No. Nope. I'm relying on that backup teleportation, to be honest with you.
I really like to try the polymorph thing so that way you don't have to waste such a big spell.
Well, the unfortunate thing is, right? I mean, I need the day's rest to do this anyway. But wait, even wait, how do I not have to teleport him if you polymorph him? I'm sorry.
No, we would just be able to get him and take him anywhere with your teleport. So we would be able to move him easily. Otherwise, still don't know how it works with a gargantuan thing with a teleport circle.
True.
And he has to want to go. The
Yes,
smaller,
this is
like,
true.
bunny, he's gonna go because he's not gonna be able to, resist it.
That's true. That's true. The other thing about that is where do we want to take him?
I actually have a spot.
What do you got in mind?
So, I know a cactus out in the Gerudo Desert.
Nice. That's smart. I like that.
So here's another question. It's just a random, like, possibility of things.
Mhm.
You could do regenerate. I can do regenerate. It's got hands that aren't connected. Maybe if we fix its hands, it'll be nice. This is like an alternate idea. Throwing it out there.
I don't know. I'm still kind of scared of this thing, so I probably wouldn't do that myself.
Again, it was an idea. I'm like,
No, I get where you're coming from. Definitely, I'm just very scared. But yeah, no, I do believe it's a good idea. Maybe if he proves himself to be like docile or something of some persuasion. But yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, if we okay, so if we teleport him to the Gerudo Desert, are you implying we're gonna use the teleport through plants or?
oh, let me check something real
Like,
quick.
if I can just explain, like, once we get there with etherealness, like, the thing that I have is I have to use my highest level spell slot to cast the etherealness to get us in there in the first place. And then because etherealness will be over if we shift back to the material plane, that spell slot's gone, and then I have to teleport us out because there's no other way for us to like get back into that ethereal plane. So it's literally like it is costing me my like 2 of my top spell slots no matter what we do.
Okay.
Like
Teleport concentration.
no.
Hold on. These are questions. I was going to type the answers, but these are questions that bear answering in game. So, first thing Afine says is, "My name is Afine. What's yours?" His reply is, "I am Bongo Bongo."
Damn it.
She says, "What happened to you before you got here?" Says, "I was in a great battle, and I was expelled from my home."
Okay.
Says, "I resided for many, many years in the Shadow Temple, where at first it was a banishment, a punishment, but over time it was the only home that I ever that I can recall." Now that home has been taken over and I myself expelled, as if I were nothing. Says, "Will you get me back my home, or are you here to finish what was started?"
I need another spell slot to answer him, don't I?
You need another one?
Oh, go for it. This one's level 4. That doesn't change anything, but yeah, it's level 4.
Thank you. If Nina's going to reply, I will do what I can to help you and help get you back to your home. You can consider me a friend.
Mm. This- Says, "I was once taken in and fooled by kind words and false compassion, but that version of me is long gone." Says, "I don't know what you and your friends have planned up there. But whatever happens, I can offer only one word of advice, 2 words of advice. Tread lightly.
Everything is going to pipe back up. I know where we can take him, guys.
What you got in mind, Chief?
We can take him home.
Back to the temple, huh?
It's the only home he has.
Makes sense. Well, that's okay with me. Though,
Did you tell us all of the stuff that he's been saying to you? Specifically, there's one piece of dialogue that I need to know if I heard or not.
If
If you
you
tell-
ask Athene where she just got that information, then yes, she would. If it was, you probably didn't.
Did you tell us he was banished as punishment?
Yes.
So, the question then comes, that's not home then. We'd be sending him back to his punishment. Wouldn't we?
He is in a prison, you eventually start to call that prison home.
Yes, but if the door's
Sometimes,
open and you can actually go home, wouldn't you?
sometimes that's the only home you have. Some people some people will run from it, and other people turn back to the only comfort they know, even if that comfort is a cell.
I wish we could find out who was in his home right now that kicked him out, though.
solution might be to go there. I mean, we have the rune piece that we got from Impa. Yeah, Sheik maybe. Sorry. One of the two. And I know what song we need to play to get into at least Under the Well, right? That's where we need to go.
I've been to any temple, so don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if the temple that he's talking about is the one if there's one in the graveyard or one in the well. I forget what the difference is.
Do you want to do an Arcana check?
Oh, sure.
She's gonna ask Flora.
That works too.
You can do the Arcana just in case.
I got an 8.
Hey, Flora.
Yes.
So, Shadow Temple. You by chance know where it is?
I know it's somewhere out west.
Not under a well or like a graveyard. In the general area that you can kind of check.
This is the and she does like a quick like look around and she says, "You were given the rune for the forest temple. Is that what you're talking about?"
Shadow Temple.
Shadow Temple is west of Hyrule Castletown.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh yeah, it's in the Hyrule Castletown graveyard.
So, we get to go back to Castletown again.
Hmm. Okay. Fair enough. Wow, you made a long trip. I forgot about that.
Remember the story? The comet came from the west.
Mm-hmm. No, it's very true.
So, we can go back right now if you want.
Yeah. Do you want to go
And
check
rest
out
there, and then go like tomorrow.
the? Though, do we have the key to the Shadow Temple? That's a real question too. We might have to go to Lake Hylia and figure out what the hell is going on with the temples, and then just go straight to the Shadow one. Like, there's no interruptions.
To my recollection, you do not have the key for the Shadow Temple.
Okay, Lake Hylia it is then.
It's not me. I don't have a tree there.
Let's see. What my closest teleport is again.
For Lycalia?
Yeah.
Probably Lon Lon Ranch for both of you.
I think so. I have something from Long Ranch. I don't remember what it was though.
You bring up the map real quick
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
Hyrule. Just want to check something.
You got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I never had anything. So yeah, my closest would be probably Kakariko. Like, in other words, what I mean is we'd probably have to like walk there, because I don't have anything from Lon Lon Ranch. So
You know anybody that lives by Hylia?
I honestly don't. I mean, technically, the closest there would be like Robbie, but that's very, very far away.
Yeah, that's probably not that much closer.
Oh,
All right, so
it starts with the first step.
I threw the grid back up so you guys can estimate how many encounters you'd be looking at for travel from anywhere.
A lot of encounters.
I mean, for Lake Hylia, I would I'd usually put it like the entrance. So it'd be like right there.
Still.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I could use the chance to work up some rupees.
And every encounter, and don't forget, every square is an hour of travel too.
True.
Yeah, you wanna go to Lon Lon?
That'd be cool. I don't have any teleports there, so it would be nice if I could take an item from there too.
I do. Any other questions before we go?
Well, thanks for letting us know in the end, Flora. I hope we can all get this sorted out for everybody.
Well, I suppose if anyone can straighten this whole mess out, it's gonna be you guys.
Heroes of Hyrule, baby.
That's right.
For some reason, I feel the fey urge to strike Robbie's pose.
All right. So, porting to
I
Lon Lon.
will cast.
All right.
I will via plants.
Everyone's running through the trees. And we're coming to Lon Lon. All right. So you come through the trees of Lon Lon Ranch, and you all immediately almost get like run over by a horse that's just like running through the freaking ranch.
Oh
And
shit!
so, Lon Lon Ranch is up. It is active. It is live.
Wow.
There are horses running around. Welcome to Lon Lon Ranch. And that seems like a good place to end it for tonight. I want to thank everyone for sticking in with us. It's been another amazing session. Everything from unveiling Barb to learning about Bongo Bongo to all the things that we have come on the precipice of uncovering. And now we find ourselves in a newly revitalized Lon Lon Ranch.
Nice.
So, thank you everyone for joining us. It's been a blast. We will see you next week for our Cataclysm of Hyrule chat episode. And I am roughly estimating that I will have this video up on YouTube by Thursday. So, thank you again. Be safe and wait, where is it? There it is. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.